3, 2, 1, ready. First. Yeah. Yeah, first. Watch this. Watch this. You're gonna be sound in 5, 4. Oop. Get sound, idiot. Your voice is now live on the air. Hello, everybody. My name's Welcome. Hello, everybody. My name's Markiplier. Welcome to Let's Play Five Nights at Freddy's, an indie horror game where you fucking what was it that you guys recommended? And I was like, Yummy Mash, play it. Oh, guess who went live 15 minutes ago? Guess who's also late? I bet he was very EP. Oh, he's on stream 669? It looks like he's doing marketing. Today is a marketing day. Alright. I'm only exhausted because I didn't fucking sleep early enough. I was installing more stuff. Because I'm stupid. I'm not dumb. Here, console. Oh, whoops. Sudo apt update. Hello, people. Welcome to the stream. La 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 la. When I'm streaming. I need to upgrade. Oh shit. New Linux binaries. I think this is the first slopified Linux. Motherfucker. My computer consents to updating. My computer, like, consents, has me consent to updating. Like, your computer forces it on you. Great relationship. Great relationship with your computer. Alright. Better when you got it than you got it. I see. Big fucking shark. Let's go and read a book. This one. Marketed for Dummies. In 6th edition. That is the entire book. And today, we are just going to go ahead and read that fucking book. Starting at page 65, because that's where I stopped at. There we go. I don't need a big excuse, bruv. I am the best. Alright. Fuck you. Comment on the book as if you want. I'm just gonna read it as questions because I'm pretty sure I went further along than most themes, so context missing. Finding your best growth strategies. Market growth and expansion strategies should center around getting... What the fuck? Message. Points. Did you misspell points? Expansion strategies should center around getting your product to customers as efficiently as possible and securing new customers by expanding your demographic and geographically. Okay. Clearly, your marketing strategies will differ if you're new to an established market, an existing brand looking for growth, or launching new product lines within an established brand. The following section covers some tactics for achieving success in these or other scenarios. Developing innovative GTM strategies. Essentially, this entire book is about going to market. A go-to-market GTM strategy is your blueprint for getting your product to the end customer and achieving a high level of sales and awareness at the same time. Put your product on storefronts and that's how you grow. There are many innovative ways to take a product to market that will get you noticed to help build your base. Building a presence. At one time, big brands like Microsoft and Dell expanded the market by building their own retail stores, which helped them gain total control of product demos and customer experiences. However, with online sales continuing to outpace in-store sales, most brands have shut down this strategy. You can build a sustainable presence by exploring a wide range of selling opportunities, including third-party online channels like Amazon or eBay, partnerships with ancillary and complementary brands, and reselling each other's products, and so on. See Chapter 15 for more information on these alternatives. I'm pretty sure we're on Chapter 4 right now. For business-to-business brands, building a reseller network can be key to growing sales without adding to overhead. Crowdfunding refers to the process of raising funds for a new business project or venture from multiple donors. This one is usually, when it comes to indie games, the main way you get eyes on your project. Funny enough. While other channels can be used for the same purpose, most crowdfunding today takes place via online sites set up to link borrowers with funders. Borrowing money. Kickstarter and other crowdfunding sites can help you raise money and assist you in creating a strong base of champions to help spread the word about the great new product. If you create a strong campaign with product demos and great videos and get lots of people talking about your Kickstarter campaign, awareness will skyrocket without you having to pay for most of it. Additionally, if your campaign can create enough emotional enthusiasm to succeed, you'll likely have a lot of excited backers to tell your story and promote your products and brand to their networks. Shit, that makes a lot more sense now. Damn. That makes a lot more sense. Beta testing, also known as user acceptance testing. The fuck? Beta testing involves getting a product that is almost ready to go to market to a group of prospective users to test performance and functionality for real-world application. Beta testing can give you valuable insights about your product and what might need to be fixed, and it can aid you in getting sales off the ground. Instead of offering introductory or discounted pricing, which can lock you into low profit margins, invite people to be a part of a beta program. Give them discounts in exchange for insights on what's working and what's not. for sharing their success stories about outcomes and satisfaction with future prospects. Once your pilot stage is complete, offer participants future incentives to continue doing business with you and serve as evangelists for prospects. Grow what you have for higher profitability. This probably doesn't. No. Building a market segmentation strategy. A market segmentation strategy is more than just customers. More than just sorting customers into like groups, so you can build marketing campaigns for specific personas. It involves building distribution strategies to reach your best segments first, and then trickle down to your secondary segments. If your sales are best around millennials, for example, prioritize sales channels that reach them easily. If your sales do best in states with constantly warm climates, consider dropping out of channels in colder states where sales may only be seasonal, even though you're paying for shelf space year-round. The advantage of a segmentation strategy is that it allows you to tailor your product and your marketing effort to clearly defined group with specific uniform characteristics. If you find that one segment strongly outperforms all others consistently over time, you may want to consider a niche marketing strategy, in which you channel all of your resources toward that segment and drop your focus on any other segments. See the nearby sidebar when to consider niche marketing. In a world that's looking for more customization and personalized service, niche marketing may make the most sense. It helps you better compete with larger businesses because you get specialized and personalized in ways that they can't. With a strong customer database program and accurate marketing analysis tools, you can gather information about your current customers and identify hot markets that have look-alike audiences, or more customers just like them. If you find a subset of your customers is growing faster than the rest, adjust how you spend your marketing resources to reach more customers like them instead of trying to reach many groups you may never convert. Look to adjust pricing and distribution to cater to your best consumer groups rather than trying to be everything to everyone, a strategy that fails more often than not. If your customer base is shrinking or your current segments aren't responding as desired, consider targeting a new segment. For example, a consulting firm specializing in coaching healthcare executives can decide to start offering a similar service for nonprofit leaders, expanding its market base without having to change core competencies. Specializing in a specific market segment can give you the momentum you need to power past your competition, but it may not always be the right approach for your operation. The niche strategy may work well if your business can be more profitable by specializing in a more narrowly defined segment than you do now. You face too many competitors in your broader market and can't seem to carve out a stable, profitable customer base of your own. You're too small to be one of the leaders in your overall market or industry, but have the potential to be a leader for a segment, specialty segment. Developing a market share strategy. Scaling your business is obviously the best way to improve your ability to compete with larger, more established brands and increase your market share. Market share is, very simply, your sales percentage of the total sales of your product category in your market. Or if your market segment, if you use a market segmentation strategy. If you sell $2 million worth of widgets, and the world market for total widgets is $20 million per year, then that market share is 10%. It's that simple. Or is it? Ding. Before you can completely determine your market share, define your metrics that matter most to you. Is it better to determine market share by dollars earned, containers shipped, or units sold? Pick whatever seems to make the most sense for your product and the information you have access to. To effectively increase your market share, you must have an accurate picture of where you currently stand. Here's a simple method for estimating market size and share. Estimate the number of customers in your market. For instance, estimate how many people in your total addressable market are likely to buy your products in your category. Using Statistica, a customer statistics board book, or DNB Hoovers, a commercial database of businesses and executives who get a fairly precise insights on the sales, size, and market leaders for any industry. Estimate how much each customer buys a year, on average. What's the current projected annual sales volume per customer in your category? Check your sales records for data or turn to industry research for specific information and year-over-year growth data. Multiply your two figures together to get a total size of the annual market, and then divide by your sales units to get your share. You could also look at data compiled by the US Census Bureau to get information about population and economic trends to help you with forecasting and growth plans. For example, if you sell specialty tea, you may estimate that 75% of your wholesalers handle lower quality and expensive teas and therefore don't compete directly with you. In that case, you could calculate your market share against the 25% of total sales for teas similar to yours. Your resources will likely go further if you try to capture this narrow market share rather than a share of the total category. Shit, is it really that easy? Huh. It's that easy. Doggo, have you done this sort of thing before? Damn. Have you done any sort of marketing before? Oh, fuck, you're muted. Shit, I'm stupid.
Oh.
So, for all of those who didn't hear, because I'm a dumb with lots of dumb in my dumb face, Doggo said that he didn't do any sort of marketing before. So you wouldn't know how hard it is to do something like this.
How hard it is to market? That way?
How hard it is to... Yeah, let's go with that.
I guess so. But I don't necessarily have the skills to market. Professionally, at least.
Sure, everyone has like some amount of marketing experience.
Yeah.
I just don't know how to measure that. But I think I might now. I think I might. To create a market share strategy, you need to know your product category, the general grouping of competitive products in which your product belongs, be it merchandise or service. If you don't know where your product and your brand fit into the market, you can't begin to develop a strategy to build up and increase your existing market share. You'll likely waste a lot of money and time, making it hard to catch up with brands that are executing better marketing programs. That is a good point. Do the math. If your goal is to increase your market share by a certain percentage or dollar value, you need to do some calculations to determine what those figures look like. For example, if you own a tea store in Shanghai, you have a goal of increasing your share of tea sales by 1.5 percentage points. If each point in the market share is worth roughly around $400,000 in annual sales, 1% of the total sales of that market, then you'll likely need to involve a plan that's, say, an extra $25,000 to win that 1.5% market share gain. If it works, you can make an extra $600,000. These numbers are just examples. You'll need to determine cost specifics of your business and markets. Shit, is it really that easy? The only thing is I can't spread myself too thin, so I can't go all in on two things at once. It's really that easy, huh? Be cautious, you may want to discount this projection to $60,000 in addition to sales by a risk factor of, say, 25%, which cuts your projected gain back to $45,000. If you exceed it, you can enjoy the reward. If not, you avoid setting your business up for missed sales projections. Be realistic about the time and risk associated when reaching your market share goals. Calculate the extra monthly costs associated with the marketing and distribution charges you'll make to get the share you want using historical promotional spends and sales figures. Then compare these costs with projected increases in monthly sales. This will help you see potential risks and potential gains. You should give a number as initiate a new You should give a me doing that threw off my. Where am I? This will help you see potential risks and potential gains. You should give a new initiative at least 6 months before you assess its success or failure. Market share gives you a simple way of comparing your progress to your competitors' sales from period to period. If your share drops, you're losing. If your share grows, you're winning. Sounds simple. Base your goals on realistic, actionable items you can measure. For example, if your goal is to increase your market share by, let's say, 5 to 7% with a product upgrade or new promotion, be sure you have the metrics in place that will enable you to attribute any market share growth to those actions so you know what's working and what isn't. Enhancing your positioning strategy! The positioning strategy reflects the emotional fulfillment and psychological relevance of building emotional sales propositions over unique selling positions because unique isn't a sustainable strategy. It's too easy for a competitor with more resources or a quicker time to market to duplicate your product and take away a unique advantage. A successful positioning strategy focuses on getting customers or prospects to see your product by the emotional and functional value it offers, to trust your claims about quality and service, and to try your product before considering competitors' offerings. As you plan for growth, identify new markets where your ESP and positioning strategy will stand out and be appealing to customers. Do you need to adapt your ESP or how you position it and your other promises for various cultures or demographics you're trying to penetrate or dominate? That's a weird way of phrasing that. How do you want to penetrate your culture? How do you want to penetrate your demographic? The more you know,
a very specific demographic for that.
Very kinky demographic. Look, all I'm saying is that if my demographic wants to be penetrated, I will. Defining your position. Good positioning drives mind share. Share of awareness among your market compared to competitors' product awareness among consumers, which will in turn help you gain market share. Your positioning statement should be believable and actionable. It should reflect the core values of what you offer and make a statement about how you differ from competitors and functional alternatives. As you do your market analysis, compare your positioning strategy against your competitors' strategies to see if they're saying the same things in different words and if your promises really help your brand stand out. Just as important, do your products and services fulfill the promises you make in your positioning statements. Aligning your positioning strategy with growth initiatives. After you define your emotional value, you offer an addition to the product or competitive difference that sets you apart. You can start building growth plans. For example, if you produce and sell healthy organic snack foods that replace your abundance of junk food marketed relentlessly to kids, your positioning can reflect the health benefits of your snacks and your emotional relief parents gain by knowing that they're not jeopardizing their own kids' growth by giving into their demands for healthy food. With a healthier, but tastier snack food for children, you can expand the niche and geographical markets that promise big growth opportunities for health food and fitness products. For any given industry, find a long list of influences and organizations with whom you can build your alliances for reselling your products or introducing your products to new consumer groups that fit your growth strategy. Changing your mindset. Mindset is everything. Are you operating from a growth mindset or a fixed mindset? Do you understand the impact of each on business growth? I think I have been taught about this enough times to where I could just skip everything. Now let me skim this. Companies with a we can overcome and grow attitude substantially outperformed competitors with a hold tight and hunker down mindset. 9% grew coming out of a downturn, 80% failed to achieve their pre-recession growth levels within 3 years, 70% actually failed altogether. Does that line up? 9%, 17%, 80%. Well, I guess there's overlap with the 80%, so that's fine. Oh, that's the end of the chapter. Chapter 5. Research your customers, competitors, and industry. One of the biggest mistakes any marketer can make is assume. Yet assumptions continue to be a common foundation of many business decisions. Avoid the trap of assuming you know what your customers think, like, or don't like about your brand, products, and category, and what inspires their purchasing behavior is critical to growing your business. Just as dangerous is assuming your customers are just like you. Chances are they're not. Making assumptions about your marketplace, trends, and competition also isn't a good idea. The foundation of any successful marketing is a solid research plan that helps you understand your customers' needs and expectations, market influences, competition, which offers and massages work and which do not, and provide. What a terribly phrased sentence. And provides insights that guide your strategic business plan and product development. Research. You conduct yourself among your customers and prospects, and secondary research from consulting groups, research firms, and academia can provide in-depth views on changing customer behavior, attitudes, loyalty trends, and more. With all the technology and sources available today, it's easier and more affordable than ever to act on market research you do yourself on insights you can access from research and consulting firms, quite often for free. A learning plan should also include insights about your category, markets, and competitive landscape. Regularly conducting surveys among your customers and prospects is essential to staying on top of what drives purchases, loyalty, and referrals in your category, which of all are critical to any company's success. Okay. This chapter discusses the kind of information you should look to collect about your customers and markets, and the many tools available to help you collect it affordably. You get an understanding on how to use social media like Facebook, Pinterest, and LinkedIn. You can really hear the database on that. Along with many other channels and options, this chapter also covers how to write objective and actionable surveys to ensure you get non-biased data, and why knowing your Net Promoter Score matters. Conducting research that delivers actionable insights. Research provides valuable insights about your customers, competition, and industry to help you make informed, and thus better, decisions about your brand's positioning, messaging, offers, engagement activities, media purchases, and the like. Many tools allow you to test ideas before executing at scale, so you can see elements such as headlines, offers, and calls to action will perform best, helping you make the most of your budget. Customer surveys using tools provided by SurveyMonkey, CrowdSignal, Constant Contact, and many other companies have long been the foundation of market research for brands, small and large. However, it's getting more and more difficult to secure enough responses to collect meaningful data, likely to reflect a population greater than the survey sample. A report by Delighted, an industry management platform offered by Qualtrics, a customer research company, shows the following response rate to their 2021 data. 6% email surveys, 8% website, and 16% iOS SDK mobile app surveys. Even at times when customer interest in completed surveys may be declining, marketers must engage in various methods to stay on top of consumers' attitudes, preferences, and purchasing criteria, and more. Because some of the older, more traditional methods of engaging with consumers, like on-site, live focus groups, are hard to execute today and are decreasing in use. It's critically important to find new methods for gathering information. Following are some guidelines for gathering insights about consumer attitudes, expectations, purchasing criteria, and more that will help you make wise decisions and communicate to all of your customers with spot-on relevance. Monitoring social media chatter to help better understand your customers. In a world where trends almost seem to change daily, so do the demands and interests of consumers. The good news is that with all the social media outlets that capture consumers' insights, likes, shares, and other expressed interests, you can continuously monitor the issues, attitudes, ideas, aspirations, and inspirations that are the most of your customers' minds. Browsing results to posts related to your business category on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn can present valuable insights for your brand's messaging and customer experience strategies. Get started by identifying the social media channels your customers use and follow for information, social interaction, and needs. And follow them yourself. The most common social media more mature adult audiences include Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, LinkedIn, yada yada yada. Instagram, TikTok. Note the news, stories, photos, and videos that are trending and that the themes are getting the most likes, comments, and shares. Monitoring and engaging in dialogue with customers and prospects provides some of the best insights that you could possibly get. Studying social websites is a bit like studying anthropology, as you become familiar with the language, values, and culture of the time in which you operate. Take advantage of your own social media followers. Ask your virtual friends what's on their minds and for your opinions, suggestions, and ideas about topics of interest related to your industry. You could also do polls on LinkedIn and Facebook. You're not likely to get enough feedback from social media page surveys to have statistical significance for any new idea or recommendation. But you'll gain insights on how some of your customers feel, and you might identify trends you want to research further. Keep in mind that these results of these informal polls may be biased because you're polling people connected to you throughout some common experience or association. You may miss out on diversity of responses and thoughts. It's important you consider that the views, needs, and struggles of people from different backgrounds are not always represented equally, if at all. I keep seeing this. Hootsuite? What the fuck is a Hootsuite? Social listening tools enable brands to monitor what customers are saying about them online. You can monitor personas reflecting your customer segments and listen to your collective dialogue through various sites, and you can also track individuals, helping you identify which customers you're at risk of losing, which present new opportunities, and which are spelling ill will about your brand. These tools also give you a unique opportunity to respond to an unhappy customer or misguided consumer in real time, something other generations of marketers only dreamed about. These platforms, which are typically offered as a software as a service model, charge monthly for each license, include the following choices. There's 7 of them. Listening to reviews on Google My Business, Yelp, and other review platforms is also helpful. Make it a regular routine to read reviews on review platforms like Yelp, Google, and so on. Bad reviews for quality or customer service have a serious impact on brand reputations and need to be addressed. You could often respond to posters publicly on review sites, including those that list top products recommendations to give business categories, so all visitors can see a commitment to resolution or defense if it's warranted. Take the time to monitor blogs by research firms, industry authorities, and influencers. No matter your industry, there are many voices out there, and you need to identify the ones in which your customers listen most. For example, if you're positioning your products for people who value minimalist living, subscribe to the most popular blogs addressing a topic. After you identify the influencers in your market, be sure to not only subscribe to their blogs, but also work to develop content and story ideas that support your products and encourage these bloggers to write about them. Just like journalists, they're also looking for new ideas, products, and insights to write about so they can remain relevant and gain more followers. These people should be on your recipients list for press releases, news bulletins, story ideas, and so on. When asking for input and information on websites and in virtual communities, be honest of who you are and why you're asking for advice. If you tell people you're in charge of marketing your product and want to know what they think of your new ad, many will offer their views gladly and freely. Gather information about market and consumer trends. No matter what the industry you're in, there are many resources that provide valuable insights about current trends and impact on social issues and market projections. Look to think tanks, research firms, trade associations, business news reports, and journalists to better understand your current and future marketing climate. Pay attention to information resources. The big accounting firms and specialty groups conduct regular research on just about every aspect of business and often provide their findings for free. Groups that publish regular reports on data for specific industries as well as markets with Google and many more. As well as market and consumer trends in general include Nielsen, Deloitte. Oh my god, these are terrible. Just Google a topic and you'll see a list of new reports from a variety of firms. You can also find rich data about what other companies are doing to grow their business. For example, if you want to see how businesses spend their advertising budgets, you can find many associations and research firms, just like Winterberry Group, that provide annual reports on actual behavior and projected trends. Knowing how similar brands are spending their advertising dollars can provide valuable data on which channels work best in your space. Large brands, both the business-to-business and business-to-consumer sectors, spend thousands on research to determine the best path to a strong return on investment. So pay attention to what they're doing. Good sources for information on advertising trends include Forbes, eMarketer, and Statistica. These and other groups publish frequent updates on marketing, media usage, and expenditures, and commercial access across the traditional platforms. Returning to these sites often stay on top of trends and identify ways to use those resources wisely as consumers and markets change. Interesting. As Chapter 2 explains, the success of any marketing plan for your business category depends on your ability to identify the emotional selling propositions that best apply to your core customers. How customers feel about your brand, your customer service policies, and their experiences determines your short and long-term successes. Conducting regular research can help you identify, understand, and eventually manage consumers' emotional reactions and attitudes, so you can communicate with psychological relevance and stand out in your category. instead of just asking routine questions related to your product or service satisfaction, including questions that help you identify how customers feel about their experiences with you. Here are some ideas for questions discussed with customers during or after a transaction, during a sales presentation, or in focus groups. Let's take a look-see. What is the emotional or functional fulfillment they sought when making a purchase? What is their main goal when purchasing in your product category? If they do business with you, how do they feel? Do they feel valued, appreciated, and excited to do business with you again? How do you make them feel any difference than they felt when they purchased from a competitor? What attracted them to your brand? What was your primary reason they chose to purchase from you versus a competitor? What was your decision criteria for a product category? What the primary expectations they have for the brands that they are considering? Let's see. What do they like most and least about your brand? How happy are they with purchases and experiences in others? Category. What generated the happiness or lack of it? Preparing effective surveys to ensure you get accurate insights. How you ask questions matters. If you're vague, you get vague answers, which may or may not give you the right guidance. If you simply ask yes or no questions, you won't be able to identify the degree or positive or negative thoughts towards a given issue or aspect of your brand experience to be properly prepared to compare to prioritize answers. Determine the right formats for your metrics you need. A good metric you use when customers to evaluate their experience with you and your products on a scale of 1 to 5. 1 being low and 5 being high. Anything more complicated than that can make it difficult for people to gain and increase your dropout rates, jeopardizing your opportunity to gain important and verifiable information. Your high rating attributes are from a given survey represent the features you should be promoting to customers and talk about in your social media posts and online sites. The low scores can actually help you identify failings and set priorities for improving your customer experience. To clarify which ones are worthy of the most attention, you could ask customers to rank the importance of each listed item so you could focus your improvement efforts on a more important attributes. Many online survey tools allow you to use a wide range of options for answers, such as ratings, rankings, and open or essay responses, all of which give you a different perspective. Most online survey platforms provide guidance on writing and I swear I'm not tired. Most online surveys provide guidance on writing and formatting questions. Articles and tips they offer will help you know how to best use ratings or rankings and multiple choice or open-ended questions. In many cases, you will be able to adjust the template to reflect your specific questions or view examples of successful survey tools to help you see firsthand what works best. Take your time to browse the tools available to find one that fits your budget and can grow as your needs grow. You may want to set up your surveys among demographics groups within your industry to identify different decision processes, emotional needs, price points, purchase cycles, and so on. You should also set out groups based on their relationship with you. These groups may be lapsed customers, current customers, potential customers with prior contact, often referred to as a warm list. Customers with no prior contact, often referred to as a cold list. Male versus female shoppers, baby boomers versus millennials. A survey is only as good as the insights generated by your ability to get people to respond. Take the time to write meaningful questions clearly, format them to provide the most actionable insights for you. Clearly, this is just saying for me to research my fucking demographic, and I think that's really smart because I have no idea who the fuck I am marketing my current game towards. so we should get on that. We should get on it. Very much. Do you think he's paying attention? Do you think he realized that I stopped reading and I'm not talking about him? But that he doesn't know? Because he's too busy editing. If I don't say his name, maybe he won't realize that I'm talking about him. This is like sub-posting on social media. Like, I could just keep talking like this. And he probably thinks I'm just talking about the book. Or maybe he's just tuning out everything. I would not know. Just, let's continue. Where am I? A survey is only as good as the insights generated from your ability to get them to respond. Take the time to write meaningful questions clearly, format them to provide the most actionable insights for you, and adapt them for various consumer segments. The response rate to surveys is declining across categories, and given how distracted consumers are, largely because of all the marketing communications they get across channels 24 hours a day, for marketers like us, that's not likely to change. Use surveys sparingly, and be sure to communicate how answers to your questions will benefit participants. Survey fatigue is a key reason to declining response rates. Fatigue results from asking too many questions and surveying too often. Ask 1 to 3 questions tends to work best. Just asking customers to give you a 1-5-star review, nothing else, upon completing an online transaction or customer service interaction could also be a great insight for you without asking too much of your customers. Before you craft a survey that provides the insights you seek and gets responses you need to act with confidence, you should ask yourself the following questions. What do I need to know about my customers to really be able to serve them better? What is missing in my body of knowledge about my customers in terms of who they are, what goals they seek to fulfill within my products, and how my products simplify or improve their lives? What do I need to know about my customers' personality traits, emotional drivers, and feelings towards my category and brands in order to prepare more relevant, creative, and promotional campaigns? How do I plan to use the information I collect? After you define your information goals, it's time to start developing your survey. Your questions should be crafted in a way that's clear for respondents and easy for them to answer quickly. Use clear, concise wording. Here are some guidelines to ask for asking questions that get answers and provide valid results. Ask only one question in each inquiry. Avoid answers like, do you think customer service and product variety are important? Response mechanism is yes or no. You can't really determine whether responses are answering to customer service or product variety. Don't ask things you don't need to know. Don't get personal. Ask questions about things you can act on. Mix up the format of questions. Always include one open-ended or essay question. Be careful you use words that are clear, simple, and do not have double meanings. For example, use exaggeration instead of hyperbole, contradiction instead of dichotomy, and so on, so that your meaning is clear to all participants regardless of their vocabulary skills. When you create surveys for customers, not only are you asking them questions about themselves, but you're also sharing information about your brand. Use these tools to communicate key differences about products and services in an informative manner. For example, you may want to ask, did you know that ABC brand maintains the highest quality extracts in blah, blah, blah. A leading question like this can help you identify how effectively your message is getting across and lets you share something of value at the same time. Using repetition as a reality check. Asking the same question in different ways can help you gain insights into how unconscious emotions may be influencing customer attitudes and behavior. This strategy can help you identify conflicts between what customers say and what they are most likely to do. A natural gas company surveyed customers about climate change and found out that people said Other values didn't always match up with what they intended or likely actions. For example, those who responded they are highly valued and emotional production of life goals scored very low on willingness to contribute even $5 a month to help out. This contradiction between the values customers express and the actions they do or don't take illustrates the proverb, actions speak louder than words. Understanding some of the technical stuff. Survey data analysis can be quite technical. Thankfully, you don't need a degree in analytics to understand that you can and should be doing to get the information you need to run a successful business. This section discusses a couple key technical indicators to help you make sense of your data, net promoter scores, and confidence levels. One of your common benchmarks for how a brand is doing is your net promoter score, or NPS. This is primarily a score on how you rate your customer referrals, yet also serves as a strong indicator of social proof for prospects. In short, NPS is the index ranging from -100 to 100 that shows the likelihood of customers recommending your company's products or service to others. It helps marketers determine the ability of referrals and loyalty among current customers. NPS categories respondents to 3 different types: promoters, detractors, and passives. Promoters are customers that score their likelihoods to recommend your brand as a 9 or 10. These are the happiest customers and the ones you should be nurturing your referrals and case studies. Detractors are those that score likelihood of recommend, that's 0 to 6. Clearly, these customers are at risk. You need to explore ways to improve satisfaction and retention among them. Passives are your customers giving you a 7 or 8 who tend to be neutral about your brand. Prioritizing your relationship with these customers could be a strong action to take them to prevent them becoming detractors or lost customers in the future. These categories help you understand that your NPS really means for retention at attrition and likely referrals. Many marketing platforms, including the NPS questions and calculator, which can help you tabulate an accurate NPS. These resources range from online survey platforms to customer relationship management systems and companies like Satmetrics, a leading SaaS platform for NPS systems and findings that provides easy-to-use tools. One example of a free service you can use is npscalculator.com. npscalculator.com. Maybe if I spell calculator wrong. Right. NPS calculator. There we go, we found it. Oh, NPS is super easy to figure out. Alright. Let's continue. Give you some perspective, the average NPS for life insurance companies was recently reported to be 31%, department specialty stores averaged 58%, and interest service providers scored 2. Yes, 2 on average. Internet service providers, oh that's terrible. You can calculate your own NPS using these simple steps. Subtract the number of detractors from your number of promoters, divide the number by step 1 by the total number of responses, multiply your final number in step 2 by 100. Here is an example that includes 100 total responses. 70 promoters minus 30 detractors is 40. 40 divided by 100 is 100. 40 times 100 is a NPS of 40. Wow. Whoa, whoa, wee, wah. A good benchmark is to look up an average NPS for your industry. It's hard to find out specific brand scores, so focus on beating your category averages and delivering that kind of experience that keeps your score rising rather than declining. For customers doing research on which brands to buy and which to avoid, and for brands who want to build retention, this score matters. Beyond asking questions to determine customers' likelihood of purchasing from you and referring to your brands to others, your survey should ask questions to guide you in developing your product line. For example, if you're in charge of a 2-year-old software product that small businesses use for their planning and financials, you may want to ask questions that will help you determine the following issues. Should we launch an upgrade or keep selling the current version? What features do you use and gain the most from, and how is missing now that you'd like to see in the future? Does your brand message reflect the experience you had with your product? You need to decide the level of statistical significance you really accept and base your actions on. Typically, you should strive for at least a 95% confidence level. Many online survey tools have the ability to determine the number of responses needed for a given confidence level. For example, if you want a 95% confidence level and a 5% margin of error for your survey results, you'll need a sample size close to 370 among a population size of 10,000. You're looking for general feedback to guide your thinking rather than a concrete actions you should take. You may be okay with lower confidence levels for ideas you could test and vet over time. Qualtrics.com offers a free sample size calculator. This tool also helps you determine the confidence levels you achieved with the past survey based on the number of responses you've received. You can see the different confidence levels that occur when you manually adjust the margin of error for your results. For example, if you got 137 responses in the survey and you adjust the margin of error 7%, you will be at a 90% confidence level. If you adjust the margin of error to be lower than 7%, confidence level will surely go down. To increase the validity of your data you get from survey responses, you need to increase your response rate. Consumers are more likely to answer questions if you make it about them and not just about you. Ask questions about what type of personalized information will be meaningful to them, and add those variables to customer profiles. Don't over-survey. Use discretion and ask to how much information you request and how often you ask for feedback. Keep surveys short and infrequent. Preface your survey by indicating that you use the information to better serve your customers. If you plan to keep their answer confidential, tell them. Transparency about how you plan to use and share information is critical to building trust with your customer and getting them to complete your surveys. Alright. You can quickly engage research panels multiple times and typically collect responses quickly. Keep in mind these participants get paid in cash, gift cards, and other research and other rewards to do surveys. According to Greenbook, a data collection company that offers a director of business services, leading providers of research panels include Logit, Catalyst MR, and Ovation MR. You could also look for options at Qualtrics.com and SurveyMonkey.browse. The latest of survey panels through a Google search, or look at sites like Survey Police, which ranks polls based on the feedback of the users. In most cases, you can purchase survey amounts on a monthly or an annual basis. And in some cases, you can use those tools online for free. If you're willing to accept limited access and data collection. research panels give you access to national and global consumers, so you can determine where it makes sense to expand and when. If your website gets a good number of visitors, they put questions on your homepage one at a time. Your CRM platform can link to surveys on your website to collect data for you in the same way they collect and store information about contact us form submissions. A question with general appeal, something everyone's interested in or cares about, may actively boost visitors at the same time it generates useful data for our marketing decisions. Don't fall into the trap of doing all your customer research online. Make a point to talk to people face to face, in groups, and individually. This gets you in the habit of asking salespeople, employees, customers, and strangers on the street for their ideas and suggestions. You'll never know when a suggestion may prove valuable and lead to another idea. Oof. Alright. We're going to take a small break. I read about 20 pages. Maybe even 30. But I need a small break from all that marketing research I'm reading. I will be right back. Alright, let's us continue reading. We are on the reading streaker, baby. We are on the reading streak. Let's grab this. Where did I leave off of? Getting a list of prospects to survey is the greatest challenge. Purchasing lists can set you up to becoming a spammer, and lists can be expensive even if it wasn't the case. You can overcome this challenge by looking for opportunities to ask questions to a survey being conducted by an industry publication or research firm. Survey or research panels enable you to pose your questions to a group of people who reflect your target audience and have agreed to take surveys on an ongoing basis. This approach is an affordable solution for getting insights from potential customers you wouldn't likely have access to otherwise, and for a fraction of the cost it could take to identify and research them. You can engage research panels multiple times and typically collect responses quickly. Keep in mind that these participants get paid in cash, gift cards, blah 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 blah. I think I already read this and I'm just stupid. You can purchase survey accounts on a monthly or an annual basis, and in some cases you can use these online tools for free if you're willing to accept limited access and data collection. Oh my god, I already read all this. As a marketer, you're never done gathering information. When you think you know it all, you need to know about the market and consumers. That's when you'll start to lose your competitive edge and see profits tumble. You need to build and execute ongoing research and learning plans that help you stay up to date on all the aspects of the market, your brand, your products, your customers, and all the opportunities and threats you face. Some of the information your research efforts should help you understand include who wants what, which markets and consumers segments are projected to show and which are not, what social, political, and other influencers drive choice among value customer segments, how do different generations react to different messages, themes, and promises, which functional alternatives exist to your offers and how do they impact your goals, how do you target consumers' view on your competitors, and which of their promises and distinctions threaten your brand. Without information, you may be like a business and other entities that stagnate by working hard but not working smart to really know how to build a sustainable business. The following sections cover a lot of ways, some cheap and others free, to boost your marketing intelligence. Observing your customers. Just looking at them. As a marketer, you need to observe customers in as many settings as possible. Offline, you can observe customers at your place of business and watch them browse your products, merchandise displays, prices, and so on. Online, you can observe their attitudes, feelings, and potential behavior through social listening tools mentioned in the earlier section, monitoring social chatter to better understand your customers. These tools observe what customers are saying, pinning, and posting online, and generate reports about your attitudes that are prevalent among different groups, and what people think about your brand, and, most important, what they are saying. And an interesting site to check out is mention.com, which allows you to search a topic and monitor the interest in that topic. This site gives sentiment scores based on positive, neutral, and negative mentions, and calculates percentages for the passion and strength of mentions and comments about that topic. For example, the day of this writing, a search for Zelensky, Ukrainian's president during the 2022 Russian invasion, showed its strength for search at 42%, passion associated with mentions at 84%, and a sentiment ratio of 39% positive comments to 0% negative. Using the site to monitor interest and passion for topics related to your country can give you some invaluable and actionable insights. Search for reviews on social listening platforms, read customer feedback to review sites, not just the supplier sites, and pay attention to reviews and comments about service, value of information, and pricing. Many of these services are offered through SaaS business models, requiring you to commit for a designated period of time. Before signing long-term contracts for any social listening tools, look for the services that offer free trials so you know what you're getting before you commit. Whether you're in a B2B or B2C sector, you can discover a great deal about your customers by observing them in as many settings as possible. Integrating various efforts and technologies will pay off in the short term because you'll get new information about attitudes and intent in real time, and in the long term because you can shape your persona and messaging around those values that don't change with trends. Observation is often underrated yet highly valuable. For example, when managers at the New England Aquarium in Boston hired a researcher to develop a survey to determine the most popular attractions, the researcher told them not to bother. Instead, he suggested they examine the floors for wear and for tracks on wet days. The evidence pointed clearly to which attractions were most popular. That was easy. In B2B marketing, take time to observe what matters most for your client's job security. Research by Google and Motista shows that if you could tie a sales message and offer a personal value, you're 8 times more likely to get a premium price for your product. Find ways to discover what matters most to your clients and link your product service to those values. You can find out about your customer satisfaction every day by asking for 1 to 5-star reviews at the completion of an online transaction or at the cash register if you sell in store. These surveys take seconds for customers to complete and provide insight you could act on immediately. Resolving issues with unhappy customers often helps you retain them and to a higher sales volume than before. It also shows potential customers you're responsive and will take care of them if something doesn't meet their expectations. Keeping up with customer opinions is a never-ending race, and continuously asking questions and analyzing the answers is the only way to stay the course. Knowing your competitors' offerings and values is critical for attracting new customers and keeping current customers from straying. Monitor their websites and social media pages to see what emotional and tangible values they promise and deliver and how you compare. Beyond knowing how your pricing and consumer service differ, you need to know how they position themselves in the market so you can position yourself better. Create a grid like a table in 5.1 and refer to your own craft messaging for your own promotions. Let's see, what's this? Oh, interesting. Track competitor sales, promotions, and special offers. At times yours accordingly. And time yours accordingly. Monitor what their customers like and don't like, and position your brand as a better alternative. Also, gather information on your competitors' marketing programs, especially how they're getting their marketing messages out. Are they advertising to a fast-growing social media network you haven't considered? You can spy on your competitors' advertising programs with sites like Pathmatics, which allow you to see your customers are advertising and analyze your own ad campaigns. Identifying and monitoring the advertising campaigns of your large competitors and role model marketers, bigger companies with more resources, can help you spot new trends and opportunities in a timely manner. Harnessing the power of one-question surveys. One of the main reasons customers don't complete surveys is because they're too long and no one has more than a minute or two, if even that, to give you. What works in a world to communicate in sound bites for Twitter, LinkedIn, videos is more and more is brevity. One of the most effective ways to get answers is by asking one question at a time. Determine what you need to know most to develop better marketing platforms and customer services, and ask only that question. Delivery mechanisms for one-question surveys include emails, websites, and your social media assets. If you ask one question at a time, you can get away with more surveys. Having a question or a poll on your webpage makes your site more interactive and thus engage visitors longer. Just make the questions meaningful to both you and your customers. If people see answering the question as something that will benefit them, they're most likely to respond. Interesting. I think I might know what I need to do next. Ask questions that help you understand people's perceptions and values. For example, if your company focuses on environmental issues and you're trying to reduce plastics in landfills, ask about the values that lead customers to purchase products that are impeding your progress, such as the following. Do you think bottled water is healthier than tap water? Yes or no? You can pay news sites to ask that question before allowing access to articles on their site. Establishing a trend report. Setting up a trend report, a document that gives you a quick identification. Whoa, what happened? Your trend analysis should also include careful tracking of what a bigger competitor in your space are doing, because if they may be setting marketing or product trends that affect the rest of your industry. Tracking media coverage is easy on Google or other search engines. You could also read competitors' press releases about PR on PR Newswire to see what they have to say about themselves. Track changes on major competitors' websites too, either manually or, if you want to know several, by using a service such as LXR Marketplace. SEMrush, or Watch My Competitor. You could also use these services to monitor competitors' mentions in social media, compare them to mentions of your brand. Probing data files. Browsing your data files and models is a good way to stay abreast of your market trends and change in your customer segments. Sift through your data models and customer profiles to identify trends in demographics, interests, political affiliations, lifestyle. You can see which customer segments are growing or declining so you can better align your resources. If you belong to an association that represents your industry, you will likely have access to markets and consumer data that will provide valuable insights on what is happening and projected to happen in your marketplace. Reviewing data from verifiable research studies can guide your future planning. You can discover a great deal about markets, consumers, incomes, and so on by studying U.S. Census Bureau data for your marketplaces. To get useful data compiled and posted by various government agencies of the U.S. government, every few years go to census.gov, the main gateway of census data on households and businesses. Will do. Testing your marketing materials. Before you launch anything publicly, you can easily get affordable insights by sending your email campaign or social media post to a handful of customers and asking for feedback. Ask them what made them want to read or ignore the ad. What intrigued them about the offer? How relevant was it to them? Fix any issues you identify and get ready to launch your campaign with more effectiveness. Most CRM systems have an A to B testing features that you can take advantage so you can find a champion ad campaign worth repeating. With A/B testing, you can do two versions of the same ad and change one or two variables to test each other. Then you run the ads at the same time to see which of the variables perform best. For example, you may want to be testing a subject line, so that way you can only that would be the only variable you change. You send the same email with different subject lines to the same or very similar audiences in similar marketing conditions. You conclude that the only difference in response was the variable tested for, or an example of a subject line. Testing email, copy, and subject lines should be a main component of your marketing research plan. Testing is a great way to determine which emotion, offers, promotions, and so on appeal to your mass consumers and your segments. See Chapter 11 on direct marketing strategies for far more in-depth sightings about your marketing programs. Interviewing customers. Losing customers isn't always a bad thing because it gives you an opportunity to discover what you are doing wrong, which is critical if you want to keep getting it right. Following are some of the ways you find out what you need. We can need to improve. Instead of just providing an opt-out button, ask your customers why you're opting out of your emails, and ask whether it was a content, a customer experience issue, a frequency of emails, or a lack of relevancy. When customers abandon a shopping cart, program your CRM software to send an email to find out why. Is it because they lost interest, found a better price, or simply forgot? Stay in touch with lapsed customers and survey them to find out whether they defected to a competing brand, had a bad experience, or just lost interest in your product. When you find out why customers no longer want to engage or purchase with your products and services, you often rekindle relationships that last for years. Customers like to know they're noticed and appreciated, and when you right a wrong, loyalty actually goes up. Monitoring your web analytics. Make sure to check your web tracking analytics regularly as they tell you more than traffic counts and sources. Attributions to monitor include the number of viewers that perform desired behavior, your conversion rate, repeat visitors versus new visitors, lead collection, quality of leads measured by array of conversion, contact us, form submissions, and overall revenue and returns from web-based promotions. These numbers will tell you a story of your marketing successes and failures online and give you something to improve on. Stay on top of social media trends. Monitor the social media influences associated with the demographics of your market, such as your target customers, ethnic makeup, average age, spending power, and family structure. Provides you with good clues as to how your markets ought to evolve. If your business caters to women, for example, you'll want to track demographic data that covers the following issues. That's funny. Yeah, I know about this, I know. You find current data of social trends by Googling topics of interest and browsing through search results that list current reports, white papers, survey results, and so on. On relationship and childbirth on women. It's interesting. I mean, it might not be my demographic. Create a winning marketing plan. Rome wasn't built in a day! The Wright brothers didn't build and fly their plane overnight. Apple, IBM, Kraft Foods, and GE didn't rise to the top of their game in just a matter of weeks. All these companies had a carefully laid out business and marketing plan with goals, action items, timelines, and more to help them launch and market. A marketing plan with goal to scale to mass distribution, establish leadership, and grow as efficiently and profitably as possible. Let me open up my Discordia. Yeah. Okay, got it. I just wanted to see if anyone responded to my advertisement. So if you want to develop a game with me, go ahead and just contact me via Discord, CatAClock. I just want to develop games. To succeed, no matter what business you're in, you also need an in-depth plan or guiding blueprint that defines your brand, marketing position, goals and vision, and target customers. Your blueprint needs to map out how you'll put a competitive edge in the ground and create awareness, engagement, and leads. Close sales, secure customer loyalty, and grow to reach your goals for profitability. Possibly an initial public offering, and eventually an exit plan. This chapter focuses on building a strategic roadmap to getting your business moving in the right direction. It also presents suggested actions for getting to your destination as quickly, efficiently, and profitably as possible. Getting started on launch or growth plan. Ooh, we're at a point where we are putting all of our information together. Beyond the plan that outlines marketing activities for finding and communicating with your targeted customers and inspiring trial, sales, and loyalty, you also need a plan that covers your fundamentals of building a successful and sustainable business. Your plan should address public developments, market identification, and positioning, pricing, capitalization, growth initiatives, distribution, promotion, and the general customer experience, budgets, financial position forecast, and more. One moment. Interesting enough, all of this is super easy. All of this is super easy. The only problem is it just takes up so much damn time. All of this is a time sink. I'm beginning to realize that the more and more I read, the more it's like you could either focus on programming or you could focus on marketing. And you can't exactly focus on both, which is why I need a team of people. Either I could 100% focus on just making a product or something else. How do we build faster then? As in, how do we, like, do our marketing as well as it says in this book? Because that is a good question to ask myself. If I don't know how to market myself in the first place, or even where to begin for this sort of thing, then I don't think I could even, like, I don't know, make a successful product in the first place, because no one is going to put their eyes on my games or even my software itself if no one knows that a thing exists. I think it's important to consider that sort of thing. And to be honest, it's a... Ooh. The more I think about it, the more daunting it is. Oh, that's real daunting. There's a lot. I'm beginning to realize how big the problem is when it comes to marketing. There was a lot. There was so much to do. Whew. There's a lot to do. Let me drink some water. Clear my head. All right. So, there's a lot to do. There is so much to do. There's so much to see. There are a lot of things that must be done. There are a lot of things that must be done. I don't know where to begin. Wow, I'm in a theme right now. I am in a theme right now. Woo, doggy. I am in quite a state right now. Like, I am in quite a state right now. I know it's a little bit weird. Just see myself just There's a lot of things that must be done. Sure. Sure. There are a lot of things that must be done. We aren't saying there isn't a lot of things that must be done. It's just a lot of work. But who said that this was going to be easy? In all seriousness, with everything I just learned within the 30 pages, I mean, it's just going to take a lot of time. That's all there is to it. It's just time. Do you think other game development studios work with each other? Alright. Let's get back to it. Let's see. Clearly, a marketing plan is no small project, and it isn't a do and be done task. However, marketing is one of the most affiliated experiences and tasks in business, and this chapter will help it make it fun and rewarding. In the following sections, I will cover some key elements of a marketing plan in a technology-driven world. Just like a builder, you need to lay down a strong foundation on which to build your business. Your foundation should start with the basics, such as defining your product, figuring out how it fills tangible and emotional needs, and which consumers, and determining how it fits with the current marketplace. You also need to define what you want to accomplish with your business. For following sections, provide an actionable overview of the elements of the successful marketing plan. While not referred to as the 4 P's of marketing, the critical aspects of production, promotion, place, and price are addressed from a current perspective. No plan is complete without your end goals in sight. Whatever your ambitions, hopes, or goals for your business are, mapping out your long-term plan. Doing so will help you be more efficient, avoid wasting resources and money, and doing things that really don't matter in the end. Here are some factors to think about. Growth. What funds, resources, and plans do you have to grow your company, and how do you intend to research 1, 3, and 5-year goals? Year-over-year objectives. Set objectives you can measure. For example, increase the average consumer value by 5 to 6%. Shift 25% more of the catalog consumers to websites ordering, or achieve 3 to 4% of market share in new territories. Set quarterly and yearly goals for market share among the geographies and demographics you serve. Maintaining a strong awareness of accessibility of your products can help you achieve these goals. I don't want to sell my business. This business is not meant for selling. This business is not meant for this sort of crap. Given that you're reading a book about marketing, it's fair to assume you've prepared a business plan and, as necessary, a product plan. Your marketing plan is an extension of your business plan, outlining the actions necessary to generate revenue so you can continue operating your business and meet your desired revenue, profitability, and growth goals. Your marketing plan should map out how your product meets a larger need, a the consumers to target for sales and influence, how you'll get your product to those consumers, and how you'll make consumers aware of your product and its direct value to them, and how you'll compete for others for value, price, and consumer experience. So, starting with your product, have you developed a product that's unique to your brand? Or do you own a retail outlet or resale service that sells lots of similar competing products? If you sell software, for example, have you clearly defined product with features and customer service distinct to your business? Or do you own a restaurant that offers unique dishes and a dining experience that's more than just about the food? Your product is good food and good times. Your branding as both types of businesses should focus on positioning your product as having direct value to targeted consumers and as better or more affordable than what your current competition offers. Your focus should also be on how you can make your product stand out so you can attract more buyers. On the other hand, if you are a reseller of goods that offers many products from many different manufacturers, then you can think of your product as a channel or outlet for a variety of goods. Your focus should be on what makes your product better than others. Do you offer more personalized service, multiple purchasing options, better pricing, or wider variety? Is your location more convenient to integrating than competitors' locations, addressing the overall shopping experience? A starting point is to define the product you're selling to a physical, emotional, and fundamental needs it fulfills and make it stand out from competing products and functional alternatives. Don't just rely on your own assumptions on what makes your product valuable and competitive. Ask your customers, employees, or even prospects about what they think of your brand, good and bad, and how they think your product shines above others. Defining your goals. This is where dreamers and doers sometimes part ways. Dreamers, often the CEO of a business or the inventor of a product, tend to believe their product is better than it actually is. As a result, dreamers tend to set goals based on pipe dreams instead of practical pipelines. Doers, typically the operations, customer service, sales, and marketing teams, tend to be on the practical and base goals on attainable market share, data-driven insights on response rates, and conversion and consumer trends. Discipline is essential to setting realistic goals because your goals define on how you allocate resources and measure success. The most critical aspect of goal setting is that each goal can be actionable and measurable. Increase our customer base by 50% is an actionable and measurable goal. The action is increasing the number of customers who purchase from you. The metric is to add half as many customers to your base as you have the time to start adding to your goal. As you set your goals, ask yourself what you hope to achieve in terms of revenue, profit, scalability, growth, and expansion. What are your short and long-term goals for your operating capital and profits? Most marketing plans set the 4th, 1, 3, and even 5-year goals for product development, distribution, market expansion, and revenue. Outline the steps you'll need to take to reach your goals and the resources you'll need to invest in. Can you handle marketing activities yourself, or do you need a marketing team that can execute the daily actions needed to reach your goals and maintain a critical market presence? Your marketing plan should also include a sales plan. Which goals do you need for your sales team to achieve in years 1, 3, and 5? And how will you set quotas and accountability for team members collectively and individually? If you need to earn $1 million in year 1, how many salespeople do you realistically need to achieve in that goal? Or how do you compensate them in order to maintain motivation and profit margins at the same time? Even if your sales team is separate than your marketing team, marketing is sales. Without your foundation of awareness and lead generation built by the marketing activities, you have no potential sales to pursue. Make sure you find a way to work together. Sync your teams and efforts. Sync your teams and efforts and align your goals and resources towards the same outcomes. Who are your ideal customers? If you two question marks? If your general demographic is middle-aged women, how can you further segment the group according to lifestyle, interests, geography? and other factors who are able to reach those with the highest propensity to purchase your product, and who and what influences your customers. Your marketing plan needs to determine all of your constituents, how you're able to communicate to each. Constituents encompass more than customer groups and includes partners, resellers, investors, employees, community leaders, influencers, and so on. Your marketing plan should identify the influences of your top customers. For example, if your top customer is in the age 18 to 24 group, you may want to consider YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok stars who post about products in your business category. Build your customer profiles based on your segment's demographic, geographic, and emotional triggers. Your marketing plan should categorize customers by attitude as well as purchasing patterns, lifestyle, and transactional history. For example, if you're marketing to older adults, how many of your customers fit the emotional categories of nervous Nellies, anxious Adams, empty nesters, or road trippers? Your market refers to a geographic reach as well as your product category within the 30-mile radius for a geographical market, and that market may have a competitive field of 20 businesses and a total addressable population of 10,000 consumers. You need to address the market challenges in light of the local, societal, and economic influences of your geography, as well as competition from newcomers in your market. Functional alternatives such as grocery stores that sell similar supplies, and so on. Other questions you might ask yourself. How saturated is your marketplace? What are your current challenges? A tough economy, supply chain issues, or do you face pessimistic customers? How do you compare to competitors with the same or similar products in terms of price, access, price, quality, reputation, distribution, feature, warranties, and other elements that affect choice? If you have plans to start in one marketplace and expand as you grow, which market will be best suited for your initial go-to market plan and launch? And which subsequent marketers will be the most visible? Keep in mind that markets just aren't about geographical spaces. They're also sectors. If you're a software provider targeting companies that dispatch employees to customer sites, you may start out marketing your product to pest control providers. Once you have traction in that market, you consider adapting your product to marketing reach to utility repair services, trash collection companies, first responders, and so on and so forth. Before you make a list of ideal markets to pursue, be sure you research your barriers to and costs of entry as well as your competitors' market share. Do the math and determine how it will cost to gain each percentage of market share you desire. Look for markets with lower costs for labor, rent, and other operational expenses so you achieve proper profitability sooner rather than later. I really need to take a dump. I'll be right back. I need to go to the pooper. or back from taking a dump. Alright, let's continue. This is a lot of information to go off of. But I think I got everything that I need out of this book. Let me just take a look real quick. All right. Let me just take a quick look at everything else. Oh, this is a lot of stuff when I finally start my marketing. So, okay, yeah. The fuck? Rocky City? It's back. So... This is so much. Okay, there's a lot to say. Let's just increase our growth right now. I want to actually get some... Oh, fuck. I want to get some sort of cash, some sort of funding from just doing this alone. And there's a couple of ways I can do it. One of them is just marketing this. So, let's try and learning about marketing demographics. We're changing it. We are changing the stream name. Something different now. And software. And game development. Perfect. Huh. Tar, you're here. Hi, Tar. You're just sitting in stream chat. I see you. I see you, Tar. You're just sitting in stream chat. You can't hide from me. Welcome back, Tar. Alright, desktop view. Now, when it comes to what we need to do now, I think we need to look at some statistics. Who do we want to market to specifically? Because that is what we want to do. And I know this is going to sound weird, but I want to market to as many people as possible without marketing to everybody. So, video game industry demographics. Literally the first thing we want to see. The ESA? I don't know who the ESA is. But let's find out. Oh, this is like the people who made the ESRB. Okay, yeah, that works. This works really well. These are the main... Please accept cookies. Screw off. So, essentially, with what we are going to do right now, is that we're going to the Entertainment Software Association's thing. These are the people behind your ESRB ratings within America itself. So, we're just going to take a look at what demographics they say that the average thing is. First of all, holy shit. The average player is 37 years old. Wow. That's wild. So, the average people who play any platform of video games, we got... Oh, wow. It drops off. It's literally people in their 20s or 30s. So, let's get ourselves a document. That's math. That's not what we want. Can I just install the whole LibreOffice suite? Ow. Bless you. Thank you. You're welcome. Ugh. Sudo apt install LibreOffice. Is there like all? Sure, list them all. Oh. Plasma? Oh. I don't know what that does, but I think that's beneficial. LibreOffice development. Can I just install LibreOffice and does it like install a meta package? Okay, so it looks like it installs a meta package, which is useful. So let's install the meta package now. Oh, Tar, how's your day been going, by the way? I forgot to ask you that. Oh, I forgot to ask how Doggo's day was going. How was both of your days going? I see you're angry. You ran out of balls. Haha. Alright, we got the entirety of the LibreOffice suite. We got Draw. We got Steam. We got Steam again. We got every other... Impress, Calc, Base. So now we just go into the Writer. Slam this against here, slam that against there. Why is it scaled like that? Art if I know. Title. Demographics of who I want to market to because I like I like money, but at the same time, I wanna improve the... Can I spell correctly? Improve the communities that I am in, so I wanna share the wealth like a communist overlord in our year, in our Lord and Savior's year 2027. Is that a good title? Is that too long? I think that's a good title. Yeah, I think that's a good title. So, first thing we want to do. Base. That's a title of all time. Base demographics. Information. Essentially, what this is going to be is simple things like age, genres, etc. Oh, 6-7. 6-7. Did you finish reading? I'm finished reading the book for now. There's a lot of stuff that I need to read in the future. So that way I could get more impressions and more of that sort of thing. But like, about half to 2/3 of the book doesn't even apply to me right now. Like, you're telling me I need to keep reading, even though I don't need a fucking... I do... What was I talking about? Right. I don't need to keep reading because some of the information does not apply to me. There. Bada bean, bada boop. Inserts. Column after. Column after. So this one is going to be empty. So let's just fill this in with, I don't know, black. Background color. There we go. Actually, we don't. Stupid, I'm a stupid idiot. Company. No, yeah, I did that right. So fill with this color. This is going to be routed games. See? Gonna shrink that size in order so that it can fit. This is company 1, company 2. This is gonna be age demographic. In my opinion, what we should get is an age demographic 20 to 30 years. 20 to 30 year olds is what we should be going after because that's the majority of people. And while when it comes down to adults, particularly within Gen Z and Alpha, they're the ones with the highest. Millennials had that downturn because most likely they're running out of time or they just don't want to play video games anymore. So it's under my impression that we shouldn't really focus on that 30 to 40 range. Those do exist and those are the whales, Trust me, I know. My own mother like spends so much money on Candy Crush. Holy crap. But we're not going to focus on them right now. What we need to focus on is growth, not money. I know that might be weird to say, but it's not what we need to focus on. So, white people. We're not going to focus on race. Race doesn't change how you play. Gender, interesting enough, 87%. So race doesn't really matter. However, representation does. So let's actually put down representation. Do we want to pivot to a gender? Probably not. Gender does somewhat affect how you play, and that's only because like certain stereotypes within the gender itself influence that sort of thing. It's weird to say that out loud, but that's just the weird fact of the matter. Why are you spamming me future? Doggo, why are you spamming me future? Future! Weird. So I want to have one gay. I want to have an entire gay to myself. One. I want to see myself represented, actually. One trans, non-NB person. And then afterwards, we'll try to find someone else who's a different race other than white motherfucker. But I wouldn't get my hopes up. Another. That's it. Oh, fuck. Another person of color. I don't think within my budget I'll be able to find that sort of representation. I could try. I could try finding something of that representation. But Lord knows I'm able to like find that sort of thing. Again, that doesn't stop me from trying. I'll try my damnedest to find that sort of representation somewhere. It's probably as easy as changing the color, right? It might be as easy as that, but I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. We already went over this. Oh, this one's split by gender. So it's interesting that baby boomers, when it comes down to women, they actually play more video games. And I think that is only the case because baby boomers have this very conservative viewpoint. So the woman always stays within like the household, and where else would you find video games but the household itself? That's an interesting thing to see. It's almost as much as Gen X. But of course, the main thing is that men usually get pandered to, whether that's from the past marketing or that's just a trend right now. But men are largely the people who play more video games. The only exception being baby boomers, which is pretty interesting to see. Families. American families. Parents prefer to their kids play video games and love playing with them. So, multiplayer. Cooperative? It's fun for all of us. Good opportunity to socialize. Great way for my child asked me to. I enjoyed playing as much as my child does. It helps me monitor what they are playing. Okay. So, while half of the families don't play with the child weekly, 80% do play video games with a child. I think that's important to see. That is a thing we should incorporate within our demographics. Multiplayer. Yes. If only because it allows people to connect. Families, friends, etc. Is this why the friend swap thing became a... Okay, we're gonna put down a hypothesis a little while later, but I have a feeling this is one of the factors that contributed to the friend swap trend right now. While game developers are pissed about that, myself included, I think this might be one of the reasons why, and I can't be angry at that. I want to play a multiplayer game. Why? Because I want to play with other people, and not just myself. I don't have time to play with myself, but I have time to play with other people. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. You're telling me that doesn't make sense? I hate how friend swap makes sense now. They are aware of ESRBs, sets parental controls, purchase in-game content for the children, require approval. Instead of on social media, they would rather have children play video games than spend time on social media. I'm gonna note that down. Notes. Parents. Instead of parents, prefer video game playing over spending time on social media. And funny enough, that's beneficial because there isn't as many algorithms within a video game as much as a social media platform. Like, instead of advertising, giving advertisements to the child itself, instead, it's all about getting the child to play more video games. Would you rather have the incentive of the company be play my fun game more, or I want to know everything about you so that way I could sell you ads? And usually, the ads that get clicked the most are the, like, degrading ones. I would much prefer this. I think the parents are smart. That's 7 out of 10 households saying it's good. Ratings assigned in 2025. Ah! More than 2/3 of parents say ESRB. That doesn't matter. What does matter is this ratings board. 52% are rated E for everyone, while only 15. We actually have a market here. So, rating. It might be beneficial to hit up the rated E 10+. It might be beneficial to hit specifically the rated E for everyone 10 and up. And I know that's probably a weird thing to say, but there's so many video games rated E for everyone. That does not actually include the child rating. The rated C for child or rated A for adult. That or the ratings board dropped those ones because there are a bunch of phonies. The ESRB is a bunch of losers. Why did it take so long to load that? The top reasons for doing this: pastime or relax, to have fun, and oh, that's why competitive games can't. Oh, take a look at that. When it comes to competitive games, they're less likely to succeed. Why? Because current trends is that they don't want to play video games to use your brain. They want to play video games to have fun and to pass the time. Motivation. Literally, build for no brain. Build for fun. I think that should be one of the things we consider when it comes to building our game. And funny enough, we already did that. I'm the type of person who loves to build with no brain. I like to build for fun factor alone. Why do you think I pivot so much with my stuff? Because I find something more fun, and then I pivot to it. That's what I do. That's exactly how I make video games. I like to see fun. Fun first. Benefits of playing video games. Percentage agree. Fun, bring joy, provide mental stimulation, provide stress relief. As a game developer, those two are wrong. Provide accessible experiences for people of different abilities. Can be educational. Can be a great way to spend free time. That's iffy, but all in all, help improve cognitive skills. Oh yeah, definitely. Bring different types of people together. Fuck. Literally, have you seen CSGO? Have you seen Valorant? Two good examples. Skills developed for video games, problem solving, yup. Teamwork, yup. Adaptability, yup. Science, STEM stuff, Steam. Specifically, they use Steam, but yup. Communication, yup. Inclusive attitudes, yup. Conflict resolution, yup. Leadership. That's an iffy one. I don't believe leadership is one of them. You're assigned the leader. You are assigned the position of you are the leader. I don't necessarily believe that leadership skills is something you develop when playing video games. There might be research against my points, but I haven't took the time to read the research. $69, nice. Of players 18 plus play with a spouse or a significant other. First of all, that's disappointing, but I think this includes everyone, right? 80% play with people they don't know. 62% friends. Friend slop. I'm not joking. Everyone keeps getting angry oh, this friend slop thing is selling millions of copies. And me, personally, I get extremely pissed when something like that gets popular. Because usually, if you develop something for a single-player experience, that's how you know the game is good. And then you add multiplayer on it, and it just becomes a way more fun experience. But these statistics, they explain everything on why people want to go to games that actually have multiplayer in the first place. True, these have single-player experiences. I get that. But if you have multiplayer within a game itself as well, it literally boosts your game by 2 times. Have you played this game called Brotato? Essentially what Brotato is a top-down game where you go ahead and kill a lot of enemies, similar to Vampire Survivors. Literally, within that game, it has multiplayer, and while it is slightly balanced around multiplayer as well, the game is so much fun, so much more fun with friends. It still holds up as a good single-player experience. But the multiplayer to it adds. Imagine what that game would have sold. It would have sold like hotcakes if multiplayer was online as well, and not just a local co-op experience. I'm not joking. This is something we need to pay attention to. This is something that we need to pay attention to. Indie games keep focusing on single-player experiences, and yes, that is something you should focus on, but the fact that you're not including multiplayer within your games as well could be you shooting yourself in the foot. It could be that you're just shooting yourself in the foot if you aren't including local co-op or online co-op. And even then, include local co-op. Because services like Steam, they allow you to just essentially stream your game to another computer, and then afterwards that computer can interact with your computer and act as a local buttons. That's how I was able to play Stardew Valley with a friend of mine who doesn't even own the game. That's how I was able to play Brotato when I still had a Windows computer. Because legitimately, co-op, just add local co-op to your game and it would, I'm not joking, it'll bolster your numbers. Hell, make it easier. Put online co-op. And I know online is going to be a lot harder to say, but yes. Hi, Tar. Hello. Why are you in the Yeah, I see you. Why are you in the YouTube chat? Oh, is it broken? No! Ah! I thought I fixed it! Every single time. Close, reopen. It failed to sync? When? When did it fail to sync? Like it synced the other messages and it didn't sync this one specifically? No way that's what happened. I'm so sorry about that, Tar. I thought it would work. But it didn't. Why did it break? Okay, send a message in Twitch. I want to see if this is just a me thing. Like, my whole entire thing is broken. E. Okay. We're up. We're up and running. Why did that happen in the first place? I don't think I saw the error prop up. Which means, when it comes down to that specific bug, I have no idea what caused it. I do not know what caused that bug. That should have stopped. It really hates me. I don't know what caused that bug. It should... Actually, I put like 2 seconds of thought into it. I know what's happening. So, let me just quickly show you this. This is the command prompt. This is what I always see. These messages right here, you could see subscription right here. It's funny because I usually break everything. It's not your fault this time. I think I might know what's causing it. So essentially what the subscription type right here is that occasionally it will send something called a heartbeat. The client itself has 10 seconds to interact with the Twitch subscription heartbeat. And if it doesn't, it closes that thing. And it has to redo... I have to reconnect to all of my services. Head on timer, I'm almost done. So, if the time it takes to receive that heartbeat is bigger than 10 seconds, most likely, close the connection and you have to restart the entire thing. However, I think what this bug happens is that it went over the 10-second mark when it came down to the heartbeat. So it closed the connection, but I have no way of knowing that the connection closed. The only thing I see is this right here, where this isn't a part of the subscription. This is me sending a response to the API every 15 seconds, and that it has nothing to do with the event sub. So there's no way of me being able to restart event sub itself. Or at least automatically. Like, I was able to restart the API key automatically, and that fixed the bug. But I think now the bug, the very, very rare bug, is that event sub can disconnect, and I wouldn't know. But anyways, yeah, the Twitch heart rate dies. That's... yeah. Make sure to flatline and break it. I'm sure you didn't mean to flatline it. But luckily for me, I always have the YouTube chat open. So I would have never known that the event sub just broke at this point. Because, like I said before, it's very rare that something like this breaks. It just so happened to happen on this day, when the last time event sub broke was like 2 weeks ago. You see what I mean by rare? Because that was like after 100 hours of stream content. And it's just like, oh, now it decides to break. Cool. Awesome. Amazing. I love it. Right. It always happens to me. Yeah. Oh, how are we, speaking of, stuff. How close are we to the goal? 70%! Oh, wow. We are 70% to our goal. And we could actually, like, once we get the goal, we can make custom cats for all of y'all. I might just only make it for subscribers. Followers is going to be a pain in the butt. Oh, how am I supposed to... You know what? I'll figure that out as soon you could choose your kitty. Soon I will make you a kitty. When it comes down to implementation of that sort of thing, I could just do that later. I could postpone it. Right now I'm trying to figure out what I need to do in the market. Let's see. 82% of players say there's a video game for everyone. So, you're telling me 18% of people say that they can't find? We get to that bridge eventually. Right. And we get to the YouTube bridge eventually. But I don't want to do that right now. That sounds like a pain. Lizard. Play of players age 8+ play video games online with friends they know in person. 62%? Oh, wow. Percentage of people peak on Saturday. That's when people usually play their game. So, that's another thing to note. Note 2. 22% of people log on to their video game sites on Saturday, followed by 17% on Sunday, funny enough, the Lord's Day, then 16% on Friday. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday is the best time to launch a game because that's when you'll have the most eyes on your game. Noted. And when it comes to Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that's when we should also have a large content push. You know why Thursday in the afternoon is the best time to what is it? Post videos on YouTube? It's probably because of this. Like, this graph right here kind of explains. You love lizard? The heck is that? Salandit? Have I heard of a Salandit? Salandit. Oh, it's that! Oh, I've seen too much E621 of that character. That was a really popular character when it first launched. I've seen way too much art of that character. Help me make lasting memories, 55%. Oh, you're... You only got the male, so you never seen the Seliza? Oh, that's a male version? Oh, interesting. They even draw the males femininely in the art I see. So, like... I still see too much art of that fucking Pokemon. Say games help them connect with friends and family, 49%. The fuck? Wait, so for how many people play with friends and family, less people say it actually connects with them? Have met people, 47%. So I think it's as low as that because half of the people in our age demographic and the age is provided played during the time of like World of Warcraft, where you actively had to go out and chat with someone because that was the barrier of entry to play the game that you love. So I think that's the reason for that. This one, I don't know how to spell it. Salazzle second. I love it because it's art. I've seen it make it look goofy. I personally have not seen weird art of it. So if I were to click your name... Ah! Your profile picture is mad silly. Yeah. Are you a furry by any chance? Because if you aren't, then that makes a lot of sense. Because me, myself, I'm a part of that fandom. So that's why I'm able to see a lot of weird art of shit. Nope, you just had it for years. Exactly. You have a very silly profile picture. I love Mayonnaise Cat. That's a mayonnaise jar, right? It's so pixelated. No? What is it then? Hold on, what's your profile picture then? Is that not a jar of mayonnaise? What? What is this? What is this then? Is that not a... What is that supposed to be? Because I could barely see. I'm given like 2 pixels to read this. What is this? It's a Yakult? I've never heard of that. Food. I think I misspelled it. It's a drink? Oh! Ah. Yeah, cult cats. You drank a lot of them as a kid, like too many? Ah, okay. I'm gonna edit your thing as like a picture of Mayonnaise Cat. I like the cat. It's the same exact concept as your profile picture, except for the cat is in a jar of mayonnaise. You have your everything? Discord, Steam, everything. Wow. Amazing profile picture. I quite enjoy it. I just couldn't tell what it is. I'm given 5 pixels. To decipher what text that is, and I just can't decipher it. It's too pixelated. Video games have been an important driver of the US economy for decades. Movies, TV, and music. Oh, it used to be just movies and TV. There ain't no way. It's also movies, TV, and music? I don't know why it's like that. Oh, simple explanation. We don't have infinite storage space. So the more we could compress it, like the more smaller it is on screen, the more we have to compress it. Like I'm sure if I open up this image, on YouTube, yeah, this makes a lot more sense. So YouTube has more storage space, so I'm able to like zoom in on it 500%, and I'm able to get more pixels on this. There's a lot less compression on YouTube when it comes to your profile picture on the other side. And because of that, I could just... Because YouTube has more storage space, they're able to give individual users more pixels. Simple thing. Does this go off? No, it's just uniquely scaled. That's fine. According to the players, video games offer more value for their money compared to other forms of media and entertainment. Oh, fascinating. This is a good statistic. Okay. Yeah! This is a good statistic. And the reason for that is it's one of our demographics. Do we want to create paid video games? Or do we want to create video games that are free, but they offer, like, service along the side? For example, you've heard of live service games. So usually those games are going to start out as free. Rarely they ever start out as paid. If they are paid, they're really cheap. Like $5, $10. But they release DLC or content over that time. Like Overwatch? Correct. And they release content over that time. That's usually what free-to-play is. And I'm very interested, I'm very curious. Or I'm debating whether we should do purchased or free-to-play. Because I know video game subscription services, that one's a lot harder to do because we have to establish a lot more when a lot of current storefronts, they don't have a subscription thing built in. It's usually a one-time buying mechanism. So we have to keep that in mind. I like how in every other industry it's more balanced. Oh, except for books. What do you mean books don't provide bang for your buck? I'm reading a book right now. It's a book on marketing. What do you think I'm doing? And you're telling me it's least valuable? Oh, of course the boomers are the science. Books cost a lot. Bitch! Go to your library! Go get a book for free at your local library! You know what it costs to go to a library? It's closed? Like, permanently? Maybe you just need to find a better time to go to your library. Not all of us are night owls. Or... yeah, the cooler's broke. What? What do you mean the cooler's broke? I'm a little bit confused. Like, the library is closed because of the AC? Oh! Oh. Your library is weird then. Cause like we're also facing that sort of heat wave. It's a lot more bearable only because of coastal winds. So we get all of that wind coming in from the coast. You only got like one public library? Good. Usually every community has at least one public library to them. In my local community, it's literally just one library. And it's really small. But that's all that matters. You know why? Because you go to the library and they, like, half of their selection is the, what was it, the business collection? And that one has marketing, it has how to build a business, it's how to get skills, it's all of this stuff, and the other half is either fiction or non-fiction. And it's great. They have quite a selection for being a small, bloody library. Usually libraries also has a request system, so if people were to donate to your local library, and they have that extra funds, they go out of their way to buy books that people want to see. So they import books into their library with the money received from public donations. It's pretty cool. It's pretty nice. Let's see here. Music net. Really? Music as much as streaming services? I mean, I get music. Music is kind of a subjective experience, and it's not as long as a video game itself. Can you support your local music artists, though? Who doesn't want to support music artists? Boomers? Oh, go screw them. Get an okay boomer. Go listen to your, I don't know, refrigerator then. Because apparently it's so loud, that's music to you. Download the full report. Hi! Who are you? Who's this clown? Oh, that's the forward. Oh, there's more. Oh, it's in vertical mode. Why? I was wondering why there was just some guy, but afterwards, like, oh, here's the forward. Adopting a new tagline, everyone plays. Isn't this the same thing as, Old Man? I'm pretty sure this is the current leader of the ESA. President and CEO of the ESA, yeah. I'm just gonna look at the additional facts. Oh, it breaks it down right here. It literally breaks it down. A lot more than the website has. It even includes non-players. I still don't believe it gives you leadership skills. I really don't believe it. Oh, of course non-players believe this. Yeah, you're dumb. You're just stupid. Of course video games inspire people. Fudge. What happened, Tar? Oh! Ooh, demographics. Okay, that's good. Puzzle, arcade, and action games are the overall favorite genre among Americans. Okay. Funny enough, I think we should focus on action. Genre. Action. My fox. Oh. Anyways, I think we should focus on action. Skill and chance is not a genre. Okay. Maybe it is a genre. You know what they call that genre? You know what they call skill and chance? They call that Dungeons and Dragons dice rolling. They call it those games. Chance? Yeah, you have a chance to grab the handle of a slot machine and pull down to win. If it wasn't clear, I do not like the ESA. Oh my god! No way! Shit! Holy fuck. So, the reason why I reacted that way is because like 2 years ago, I examined the same ESA facts of the matter. And it said that mobile markets and PC were equal in share. Like 50% of people play video games on PC and 50% of people play games on mobile, with console markets being in the past and virtual reality basically being non-existent. So the fact of the matter is that I'm seeing not only the virtual reality market increase, but the mobile market within 2 years go up by 20%? I think that's actually something that we should insanely consider. Holy crap. It's not that the iPad kids. It's not just about iPad kids. Like, the PC and mobile markets is what we should focus. Specifically, the mobile market. Which means we have to adjust our game to run the mobile Vulkan backend. Which is fine. And I have an iPad right here that I could use to test out this sort of thing. My video games. So, like, literally. Holy crap! This is why! iPad's so yummy. Sure, man. Whatever. Eat your heart out. More specifically, eat your iPad out. But this is why we should do her research beforehand, because I was just about to release a PC game to, like, 18-year-olds. And stone! I was just about to release a PC game to 18-year-olds. I had no idea that I could just pander to people 10 years older than me. Not only that, these people are the same people who go on their mobile phone. So I could, like, adjust this game I make for mobile markets. And it's easy! Because the only controls is go left and go right. That is the only controls. What? Why did it print out what is the Unix code for whatever you just printed out? Oops, I did not mean to pin that message. Oh. Oh crap. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, I didn't mean to. Oh god, oh no, what have I done? Oh no. Oh no, I didn't mean to. I meant to unpin it. I didn't want to delete it. Oh no. Oh, it just restored. Oh no, it's terrible. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. I wanted to see what bug the Unix, or not bugged, but specifically the Unix stuff. Use your PC emojis? That doesn't matter. That only doesn't matter because those specific emojis aren't in the Unix. So that would be computer and plate is specifically not in the Unix. So they get rendered like that. If you were to zoom in intensely at this bottom left area, you would see 4 different numbers. It would be U plus, and then, I don't know, just that. And essentially, that's just a symbol. Like, for example, this is apparently, it looks like a Japanese character. Yeah, it looks like a Japanese character. What do you mean, screw you? Oh! 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 I did not know emoji spam triggers the auto mod. Too many symbols? Ooh, the emoji spam really took it off, huh? What happens if you chat in just Chinese, Japanese characters? More than like 10 emojis? Yeah, I guess. And I'll never know what emojis that you used because it got nuked. I guess you could see the Unix emoji thing on the chat still. Because even though the moderator quote-unquote deleted the messages, I think that I'm not subscribed to the nuke. Oh, fuck off. Fuck you. Go away. Get the fuck out of here. I don't get out of here. Get chat. See, you're literally just like putting a bunch of symbols. I have no idea what it is. The Neocat is always like the best thing to see. It's just such a good mood theme. So glad I have that. Oh, you made a face. Let's go. Oh my god, look at the market. Look at the boomers! The boomers barely play any console, but the PC they play a lot of. Look at the demographics on mobile itself. Like, even though it says like 20% more than PC, like, you can see the spread. They are remarkably the same at like 80%. While down here at the PC, it's a lot more spread out between the generations. Not only that, but at the same time, look at the consoles. The consoles is only like a recent generation alpha thing. So anything is a symbol. So special characters are symbols. So left parenthesis, the brackets, the star, the ampersand, the @ symbol, the tilde, the arrows, I think the quotes are also considered a symbol. Anything that isn't standard ASCII is a symbol. So I know I could see the faces in the chat. So what you are using... Did that count as symbol spam? Yeah, I did count as symbol spam. Like, you've just, like, spammed a bunch of underscores. That's considered a symbol. And I don't think the auto moderator likes that. To the auto moderator itself, it believes that you made 30 lines. I think I can actually count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 or 11-ish lines. So with this one itself, the one you printed, that's 7 symbols. 6 or 7 symbols. So with that one specifically, it didn't delete that one because it's not like spam. This is bull. Yeah, it happens. So when it comes to days of the week, do emojis count as symbols? But that's okay. Because those aren't symbols. There's a difference between the ASCII symbols and the emojis, because the emojis aren't symbols. They're images. They're embedded images. You're gonna kill the spot. I could do my best to try to explain to you, like, the intricacies of the bot itself, but I think, at the end of the day, you're just gonna destroy every single bot that exists. You're gonna go to the Twitch, data centers and just blow it up. The fuck? They play in the afternoon? You just sometimes forget and get mad? I never forget. Oh, fascinating. So I don't think time matters, but I think that's why specific content pieces you have to release on Thursday, either at lunch or in the afternoon. Because take a look at this. For, like, Friday it starts to pick up, and then you release it in the afternoon. That's when people literally start doing their content. I all of a sudden love posting on Thursdays. I could just explain to you human psychology, and, like, it doesn't matter how much I try to explain to you how the algorithm works, because the algorithm always changes. I will never explain the algorithm to you. When it comes to people, I will explain to you people, because people, while they are complex, certain things are super, like, specific because of human biology. There's always going, unless, like, I'm still alive within 50 to 100 years, we're all going to be the same in about 10 years' time. And the only thing that changes us is our experiences. That makes sense now? Are you being sarcastic? 50 to 100 is a big number, especially in the terms of years. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I'll probably live for that. Know about the Thursday posting date? What? Well, take notes, because there's still more to learn. People usually start watching their content. Wait, I watch my content, like, starting in the afternoon. I'm no different. I learned a lot of schools have Thursday and Tuesday off. What? Which schools? Not of minimum? Which schools? Schools usually have weekends off, and then rarely Monday or Friday because of certain days of the week. And it's just minimum day. Oh, minimum days. So when it comes to minimum days, it varies depending on where you're from. So depending on your geography, Tuesday or Thursday, it could be that specifically that is true with your case, but for our case, where I live right now, within a 50-mile radius, that actually doesn't exist. There is no minimum day when it comes to our schools. Except for one of our schools is Friday. Friday's our minimum day, and that's a different time. When it comes to minimum day, it doesn't, one of the schools happens in the afternoon, and one of them, like, happens in the morning. The heck? Look, it's just how school districts work. You just start work in the afternoon. Your lunch. So plan accordingly for people to view during those times. Huh? Video game players who believe playing a game version of sports improves their real-life performance. Okay, that's factually not true. Those must be amateurs then. Because that's factually not true. No! Playing games make you worse at sports. Exactly. It's been proven. Which is why I think this statistic is only just an opinion piece. All of this is basically just self-reported opinion pieces. Because I believe this is just a survey. This is just a mass-produced ESA survey for people who wanted to participate in it. So for a lot of the novice or amateurs who are in sports right now, they probably believe that it makes them better because they're getting like an overall view of what someone might do in a video game context. But when you're on the field, you don't have an overall view. You can't make on-the-fly decisions because you don't know what the field looks like. You only know where you're at, where other people around you are, and that's it. So when it comes to this no, it doesn't help, or yes, a little, I think that's where they're getting the opinion from, is that the players themselves see themselves viewing the entire field. But they shouldn't, because they need to improve on their individual performance and team activity. Discovered a new song because of a video game I played. Literally me! Literally me! If I get good at fake soccer, I certainly turn into a blue block character. Very funny. You don't understand. If you're good at fake soccer, then real soccer is really easy to get into. Let's ignore the fact that you never use your legs for fake soccer. Or football for all of my probably European people here, but no one's European here, just Americans. Can introduce them to a new game. A TV show or movie to watch because of a video game I like to play. That happens. Exactly. You're good at Minecraft, so you can build the best makeshift boats imaginable. Let's not ignore the fact that you probably don't even know what resources to use or what's buoyant wood compared to non-buoyant wood. Let's ignore that fact. Say games. This is a stupid. I'm going to kill the ESA for saying that. This me? Oh, Hannah, I have to go to the actual Twitch. Instead of boat emoji. Amazing. Alright. Yeah, we've seen this statistic. Online or offline? Oh, wow, yeah. See, this is why the friend swap trend is so prolific. Like, I hate the trend all you want. I do, but I'm gonna keep saying it. Look. People just want to play with other people. You have to include multiplayer, even if your theme is like a single-player experience, unless you tailor it to only be single-player. Of course, in-game communication helps players improve. It's called communication for a reason. God, idiots. And of course, men use it more than women. Because you know what happens when a woman uses it? Sexual harassment. Yeah. Verbally. What is a verb? What is the sexual harassment but verbally? I forgot the term for that. People prefer using in-game voice chat than in-game text? Huh. Note 3. People slightly prefer voice over text chats when it comes to their video games. See, that's something I never would have been known unless I did my research, because with all the video games I ever played, I played co-op games. So with those games, verbal harassment and verbal abuse, bam. So if a woman were to go into voice chat, they're just going to get a lot of verbal harassment because they're a lady. They get told to go back to the kitchen, essentially. That's what happens. So that's why they use voice chat a lot less, because they don't want to. They don't want to deal with that. Damn, cat, you're going to get harassed. You see, I sound male though. That's the difference. And plus, I don't like actively put anything that like shows who I am. So because no one thinks about it, no one interacts with me about it. They just assume I'm male and move on. Which I'm not. Improve their gameplay, like learn new skills. Find new games to play. Damn, this game sucks. You got any recommendations? That's hilarious. So this is all about family. Okay, bot, I get it, sorry. What did you do? Oh, this is the auto mod this time. Misogyny? Oh, my foot. Hold on. For a bit of my friends, I thought I was a girl because my mic sucked and made me sound like one. But I have a better one now, so I know I can sound. The dean for... allow. We'll allow that in. The dean for misogyny, though. That's very funny. It wasn't even like the first time you said sound like a girl. It was the second time you said sound like a girl. That's when it dinged you. Oh, this is the funniest bot ever. But anyways, yeah, I wanna make sure that for people who I interact with, I want people to be confused as to who I am. That's what I want. Because I think it really, like, is me. Very gender of me to do that. We could skip this for now. I think specifically... Oh, okay. Thanks. Yeah, that's fine. People chat. Oh! Okay. The 3 parts of the ESRB is important. This doesn't matter. That doesn't matter because we already seen that. We already seen that. We already seen that. What is this? What? Interactive statistics? I shall fight all the bots and lose. I mean, you didn't even get hit by the stream elements bot. You just got hit by automod, which is very easy. I could just press allow and allow your misogyny to come in. Fucking hilarious. We're just gonna copy and paste this thing. Oops. I got hit by both. Both hit me. First, they stop you from talking because I couldn't see the chat. Then, autofuck. Twice, yeah. This is just not your day with the bots. Then you get beat up. So anyways, there's a reason why I copy and pasted this. I should probably just add note 4 to it. Note 4. The reason why I want to add note 4 to this is specifically because... anchor it to this, please. Specifically because with this image in particular, I want it to be known... Why... I want to... Ah! Why? Don't do that! There we go. So the reason why I put this image here in the first place is because this is important. You could see what's the most popular current games, and from what it says, the top earning ones are the ones with gambling mechanics in them. Like, I'm sure EA Sports still has their FIFA cards within their thing itself. With the Elder Scrolls Remaster, that was just a very hyped release. That had a lot of marketing to it, even though it was just a graphics upgrade. That graphics upgrade allowed more people to come into their game. Black Ops 6, Battlefield 6, Borderlands 4, Monster Hunter Wilds. Those games have DLC within them, and it caused them to get more money. Also, I think they're a little bit of live service games. So that's precisely why they earned so much money in the first place, because they kept continuing it. Oh, Black Ops 7 is also on there. Oh, wild. You got 2 highly grossing games in 2025. Now, if you look over here in the mobile market, there's an entirely different reason why the mobile market is successful. Advertisements is not one of them. It's actually in-app purchases. So you see Roblox right here, it's so popular for the mobile market only because you have to buy Robux. And you buy Robux, and then you have to invest in the game, and then you buy more Robux, so on and so forth. Monopoly Go is a lot similar in that you have to buy spins in order to keep playing the game. You have to buy power-ups in order to not get beat up in Monopoly Go. Royal Match, same thing. What is Last War Survival? Is that a game? Am I gonna see boobs if I hit images? Oh! Oh, remember this game? Oh, I hate this one specifically. I hate it with a burning passion. These ones are just the fake ads. They are just the most fakest of fake ads ever. I think this is the game that started all the fake ads to begin with. But because of their big successful marketing push, they were able to get that top grossing category. Candy Crush is always popular because of that. I'm gonna assume Whiteout Survival is the same thing. Only successful because of ads. Yep. Only successful because of ads. This is one of the games where it's like you have to be strategic. You have to wait for your troops to travel and beat up the other person. Like, those games are boring as hell. You hate that game's no fun? Yeah, it sucks. Township. Township is popular because it's a Supercell game, so that makes sense. Clash Royale. Coin Master is the original game that started the gambling trend itself. Coin Master has been a top grosser for forever. For literally forever. Gossip Harbor Merge and Story. I think this is the same people who made like the renovation games, where it's the match 3 renovation, and that's also just by ads. Like, those games are boring as hell. We already seen this statistic. Ah, here we go. Look at this shit. Like, this is why we do our research. Like, this is just a fact sheet of the overall facts of the demographic. This ain't even the census. This is just the ESA going, yeah, we're in America. Here's the facts that we want to present. This is the ESA, the think tank behind the video game industry. And it's literally like saying, like, yo, it's literally saying that people would much rather get a free game than purchase a one by around 15% percentage points. 15 percentage points. It's actually interesting to see that people with console games, I think if we are to expand, like if we get like a little bit more money, and we can do that, we could expand to the console market would be our next best theme. Because take a look at that. 25% of people have a game subscription for a console theme, and the other 18% is for a game library. Like, that is important to consider, because that is around the same as the people who purchase the game. That is a large market just waiting to be taken care of, essentially. I think that in the long term, going to consoles is beneficial, but for now we should focus on PC and mobile markets because they're the biggest demographic right now, and they're the easiest to develop for right now. Although we still don't have a percentage of people who use Android and people who use iOS, we can make educated guesses as to what device we should develop for, iOS or Android. Usually it's iOS. Cosmetic items, download content. We are... That's so sad to see. That's so sad to see, and I'm a little bit disappointed as to see that the trend is continuing. But at the same time, players would want to rather buy a new game for a more expensive price, or would they rather just keep the same game that they have, the only difference being you just pay a little bit more to improve the experience somewhat? I think that the reason why people are going to this is because people are comfortable with the games that they currently have. So when it comes to Black Ops 6 or 7, with those two games specifically, you could grab it, you pay for the in-game cosmetics, and it's cheaper than buying a new game. I think that's the one of the reasons why people would rather do that. The other reason is to support the game developer, but that only applies to indie developers. So people like Ghost Ship Games, who has a supporter pack, it's literally just cosmetics, but you pay $5 for a supporter pack. $5 is a lot of money. You know how much $5 pays? It pays a third of an hour of my salary. That's a lot of money. We should put this down as a note. Note 5. People would rather pay less for in-game not microtransactions, for in-game cosmetics / DLC than paying for a new game. We're almost done with this fact sheet, and I think it's very interesting with the points that are coming out with this fact sheet. I need to use the bathroom, though, really badly, so I'll be right back. Damn. Lurking now. Like I took a piss and then gone. That sucks. Oh. Let's go back to the fact sheet. What is N? Oh, this is different statistics? Ooh, that's actually good to... these are good statistics to look at. So... yeah. So the most important game attributes, price. I think price is a pretty interesting thing that people consider. So here's the thing, when it comes to games, you could actually fool people with the price that you give, so I'm not going to give that much thought as price being the most important thing, because you could just easily discount a game. And then afterwards, it looks like it's worth more because it's at a discount. But in reality, it's really worth more? Not necessarily. Because these games, they're a large part creative medium, so in actuality, the price is whatever the heck you want to pay for it. The quality of gameplay, that's the important part though. People would much rather consider the quality of the gameplay you are getting associated with the game itself, rather than just a game that sucks ass. And that makes sense. We're learning from past mistakes. You don't want to get another demolition of a game industry. Next one is the game's genre and story premise. This is why I wanted to go with specifically a genre. Action-based game. And the reason why I wanted to do that is because that genre is it's massive. It's a massive game that people want to use. If I find another thing like platformer, like that sort of mixture of genre, then I would like to particularly take a look at those subset of genres. Because the more people I could capture within my games, the more I could have fun with them, essentially. Quality of the graphics, 37%. I'm a little bit pissed at that. Why do you care so much about graphics? Why does game has to look realistic be such an important factor? Includes single-player gameplay. So, you know how we just went over the entirety of, like, yeah, single-player games are cool, but, like, putting in multiplayer will boost your game. At the same time, single-player gameplay, you want to focus on single-player gameplay. And this is the reason for it. Is that one of the big factors is, I want to play this game alone too. I don't want to play with other people. I just want to play alone. Loyalty. Loyalty. Oh, by the way, even though it says includes online multiplayer, includes offline multiplayer, is the smallest subset, I don't think so. I think that this is individual responses instead of people who matter. Remember, the average person is like 30 to 40 who is within the video game industry itself, who are buying video games, who are playing video games. You want the option of multiplayer to always be on the table, so that way people, like influencers, can have a grand old time making their own fun, as well as just having other people play around with the game itself. I honestly believe that if you can put a multiplayer element in your game, you should. Otherwise, it's just not worth it. If you're unable to if your like framework can't handle a multiplayer element, then by all means, you could just leave it alone. That's fine. I'm still a little bit angry at the quality of the graphics. Like, what do you mean quality of the graphics? I know what you mean by that. You mean realistic graphics. You want to see a realistic shooter. Why? You know how boring that crap is? I'm tired, boss. So, the best thing I could interpret that in the most charitable way possible is that it's not exactly talking about realism, it's talking about close to real life as possible, while still feeling like real life. Like, I want my graphics to make me feel like real life, like something is within a thing. Like, I could be in here and I could see the graphics and it's like, yeah, that's good. I would live in this and I would not question it. I think that's what you kind of need for something like that. Another way to interpret that is I want the graphics to impress me, which is like stock Unreal Engine graphics, like as the most realistic trash ever. And I think that's lame. I think that's really lame. But if we interpret that charitably with like that sort of thing, I think set pieces is what people want with their graphics. They want things that look very, very impressive. I think that might be what they want. Here is the sample size of the survey. 10,000 people were surveyed, while 3,600 were not surveyed. Here is additional things. Here is the members. And here's the final page. That's important that we know that. That was really good. I think that was very important that we know. Let's go look at exploding topics. How many gamers are there? I don't want to add you to Google. Fuck off. Worldwide, like a third of the population of the world is playing a video game in 2026. The largest marketplace is China! Well, shit, I can't speak Chinese. I need to learn a new language. How many games are there? $500 billion, 3.32 billion in the game. Playing a game per year. Asia is the largest, followed by Europe and then Latin America. Huh. What are people talking about? Let's see. That doesn't matter. But what does matter is that 52% of people subscribe to at least one gaming service. It's half of people. So what are we talking about? That's weird. GTA 6 is one of the main things influencing the video game industry right now. And the other one is the Nintendo Switch 2 is expanding its presence in Asia and MENA right now. That's the two main things that are driving growth. Year over year, people are increasing the video game stuff. It's like 7%. This is still a good industry to do our work in. The most people who are with the esports is the United States. So the United States is pretty competitive. But Asia, at the same time, like they're the largest market. I think it's a problem that I don't know another language. If I want to create a game, I should probably localize it to other languages, only because Asia, Latin America, Europe, these people have different languages. Some of them don't speak English. I'm only hindering myself if I just don't speak another language. So that's probably another thing to note. Note 6. America is the 4th highest when it comes... Welcome back, Sandbox Actual. When it comes to video game playing... Why did it do that? Learning a new language or paying for localization services is beneficial for the long run. Alternatively, you know what we could do? We can make a game that doesn't require text at all and just assume the player knows how to control a character within the game. Let's see. What's the penetration rate? I'm not exactly sure what the penetration rate. As in, the amount of people who are willing to pick up a new video game? Japan and the UK are the people who most likely do that. 67. Oh no! That's the amount of markets that's currently within it. We don't have any figures in Mexico, which is interesting. I think people who have figures in Mexico, I think that would be beneficial. That might be a market to penetrate if you are to do something like that. Gamer demographics. Yep, that makes sense. I think we've seen this chart before. We've seen this chart before. We know that the average person is 37. Relaxation is a popular reason for playing video games. That's important to note. Share of respondents. Waiting. That's probably the reason why the mobile market is so big. Waiting for something to happen is essentially one of the main motivators behind playing a video game on your phone. At the same time, it could be waiting for something to happen when it comes to playing a video game on your computer. I would believe so. Escape and be highly entertained. That hits home. Spend time by myself. Solve a problem, use a thing, I think logically. Be comforted by something familiar. Huh. Interesting. Gamer for references. Casual. Literally blows it out of the water. 63% of respondents literally say that they want a casual game. Casual games are in right now. Followed by action. I think that's good research. So, Note 7. Casual games are a trend right now. If I find a casual game and go popular, most likely that is a benefit. Run with marketing of that. Okay. So, yeah. We need another one. Statistica. This is one that's recommended. Alright. Alright, alright, alright! I don't think penetration matters. By device. Please sort it by device. Free statistics, 5 research AI queries. What counts as premium? This? This counts as premium? Ugh. So this is the penetration on United States markets. Number of by engagements. Let's see the distribution. Oh. It just needs statistics. I don't think that matters though. Mobile. Wow, these are a lot of premium statistics. I wish I could do that. This one, today's gamers. If only it loads. It's going to load, right? It'll load any second now. Any second now. See? Load! Oh, wait. That's just high-res images. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, interesting. A recent study shows that 3 times as many people use mobile devices as much as people on PC. But that is global. So I don't know how Udonis did the research, but it's pretty important to note that mobile gaming, when in a global space, is 3 times more likely to basically work. Let's see here. Anything else? Mostly adults. This feels like AI. Mostly adults, gender balanced, mobile first, globally distribution, behaviorally diverse. Parents play puzzles, professionals game after work, teens compete in online shooters, seniors like casual mobile tiles. I don't... It's not this, it's that! You seem like AI. No wonder it took a long time to load. Maybe it just did the headline first. Thanks, womeningames.org. Grand View Research. I think this one's important. So let me guess, the sample is just small. Yeah, it doesn't even say the percentages. This is just a lame sample. At least you could see low, medium, high. Wow, it really confirms that Asia is the largest market. Let's see. In 2023, Asia is literally directly said to just be the largest. North America is meant to retain. Europe is going to retain with like minimal growth, as according to the numbers right here. It's literally just like small growth. And of course the mobile market, it's only going to get bigger, right? it's only going to get more cash within the mobile market itself. Now, the key question is, how do you advertise a mobile game? Because while I have a lot of knowledge as to how people might advertise a PC game, mobile itself is a different can of worms. Like, how would you do something like that? I don't want to look at the essential facts. Go away. Boston Consulting Group? Okay. Wow, this website sucks. There we go. Cloud streaming service. Is it expected to increase, decrease? So... Oh wow, it's meant to increase by a lot. In-app purchases is super expensive. See, this is what I mean. In-app purchases, it generates a lot of money. But an interesting thing is that it's expected in the future, 2025 to 2030, hardware of consoles is expected to go down, which is interesting to see. It's expected to decrease. Right here. First game I ever played is something tailored to kids. Minecraft, Mario, Roblox, Lego video games. Oh, it's sorted by user-generated content. Oh my god. Look at this. Look! People still start their children on Animal Jam. Dude. Animal Jam was just wild. So, children usually have their first digital experience and usually start playing games at either 3 to 5 or 5 to 7. That's good to see. Means I know the minimum, bare minimum, that I could probably market to. Remain engaged well into retirement. So, what's currently happening right now, according to this, it's literally just people are playing. Once they pick up a game and they're engaged with it, they just keep playing until they're old. Which I think is interesting to see. While you do see hours go down throughout the generations, you see that the older it goes, the less time people put into video games, which makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Is that expert analysis? Console gamers tend to be younger as consoles, Xbox, Switch, and PlayStation are the primary platform. PC gamers are popular across age groups, with older adults enjoying casino games and younger preferring live service like League of Legends. Oh my god. We really put out the L word, huh? League. Baby boomers lean heavily on mobile. So as the age range increases, mobile does get more popular. However, in my opinion, that doesn't exactly matter. Where's PC market? The PC market actually remains relatively the same. Like I said before, because PC and the mobile markets are easy to develop for, I think what we can do is just develop for those two, and in the future, develop for consoles. I think that is a good thing to do. Especially how, since Godot Engine has done all of these upgrades, you could just expand to consoles. really easily now. Like, wow. Wowza. They really know how to work this stuff. Son of a bitch. Okay, let's take a look at this. Generative AI will trigger a flood of new games, although many of them will be low-grade game slop, making curation and discovery more important than ever. Some may be breakthrough games that will help the industry grow. Eye-popping graphic, okay, and polished storylines, but in the future it may move towards topical or novel titles. So, well, yeah, you see games advertised as AI, but fucking which games? Which ones? You see games like keep talking about AI stuff, and like, have I heard of them through the grapevine? No. Where are they? Because they're terrible. It will never make a novel or topical theme. It will never make something like that. Never. I know for a fact it will never make something like that. We shouldn't worry about generative AI. We should only use it as a tool for our game development purposes. So, like, all these people making all this game slop, like, doesn't matter. Why do you use AI for, like... Do you think it's for specifically chat interactions? No, that doesn't make sense. You want it to be unique, not, like, average. Maybe for, like, random dialogue. Maybe. Does it matter? It might not be worth it. I'd rather just, like, create one funny, unique piece of dialogue, or rather than just generate quote-unquote funny, quote-unquote unique pieces of dialogue. Get what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? UGC. Literally UGC. I know for a fact UGC is an important thing to talk about, because user-generated content is literally one of the ways people, like, video games stay alive, is being able to make something for the game that you love. That's how your game stays alive. That's why Deep Rock Galactic hasn't fallen over yet, because there's been, you know, lots of user-generated content. And even then, even simple things like replacing UGC, like replacing files with something funny. Market research. Even replacing the game files, like how Payday 2 sometimes did it, or even like slightly, ever so slightly modifying how the game worked. Like, those types of things are earth-shatteringly useful for games. Not a doubt in my mind, I would allow my users to replace my files in a heartbeat. Cloud gaming is still on the rise, apparently. Do I have to pay for this? Oh, it's a PDF. Ah! This is important to look at. Let's scroll down, because this is the full report. We looked over this. Opening up of app stores. Lower fees, new opportunities to control their own distribution. Yes. Okay, gotcha. Efficiency plays. As technology improves code. You're funny. Automates quality assurance. You're so funny. And more broadly tilts the economics of controversial game development in favorable direction. You're very funny. which may lead to more cross-platform games. Are you being funny? Or are you just a fucking clown who doesn't even know that there's a circus? Please take your opinion, put it in the dumpster out back. It's a pretty large opinion, so I get that it might be a little bit hard. Just keep pushing it towards the dumpster. I'll help you. I'll help you push your opinion towards the dumpster. Never bring that up again. Your opinion is trash and you should feel bad. Game generation tools. To create and 90%! I can't put my finger on what this is. Oh, it's a lie. This is also stupid. Like, again, do you want an average person or a unique person? I don't think this company understands the use of AI and what happens. You mean like when difficulty automatically adjusts? Like what we always had for like the past couple of years. Oh my god, these people, man. Younger people are more receptive. Yeah, I fucking wonder why. Did you know that younger people are also more receptive to the fucking Nazi ideals? I don't care that I made a bad argument. Fuck you. You made a bad argument. I get to make a bad argument as well. Do you have anything good to say on this topic? Do you have any unique perspective? Or are you just going to be a corporate shill for this specific thing? Because this is bad information. Yeah. 8,000 games report to use Gen AI. Which ones? Is it the bad ones? The ones that I've never heard about because they're bad at making video games? I've never heard of a bad video game before. Because bad video games, people don't have passion for bad video games. So why would I hear about someone who generated a bad game because they don't know how to make trash? Creative and in-game assets graphics. Oh, so you can't even learn. You know I'm bad at texturing, right? And even then I still want to learn how to do that. You know that these creative industries thrive on I don't know how to do that. I'm pretty terrible at it, but I still want to give it my best shot. These creative industries thrive on that, right? That's how you improve, that's how you get better. What do you think I'm doing right now? Damn, these people are idiots! Marketing. Sure, whatever. Your AI-generated poster is bland and you should feel bad. Psst. You can't even use your own voice. You can't even use your own voice. My god. It's not driving efficiency. It's not making better NPCs. It's not creating new gameplay. god, you're an idiot! Yeah? Yeah, it's creating new gameplay? Survey said... Wrong. It's generative large language models do not create anything new. They repurpose the old. Jesus Christ. Y'all. Y'allsies. Y'all. Come on, man. Oh, a zigzagoon. I want to capture that, actually. Oh, where's my Twitch chat? Here it is. Pokey catch. Great. Oh, ultra ball. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Pokey catch. Great ball. Fuck. Throw a regular ball at it then. Give me a zigzagoon, I don't care. Gamer pushback, half. Good. Cybersecurity. Good, because it doesn't. Intellectual property copyright issues. Right? Right? Oh, you have fear over that? Oh my god. Lack capability. Yes. Because if you use your generative machine to generate it, of course you're not going to have the capability to create anything new. Low reliability. That doesn't really matter. Potential bias. Bum, bum, bum. Not ready for adoption? Oh, that's just your opinion. It's ready for adoption, you just don't know how, you just ain't doing it right. High cost of implementation? Latency is too high. What is wrong with you? Are you not smart? Are you not game developers? Y'all are sad. This is all about cloud gaming. I don't think I need to worry about cloud gaming right now. UGC, I believe I know what's important about UGC. And in my opinion, UGC is the best way to do it. It's a good way to interact with the community. It's a good way to foster community. It's a good way to get free content. UGC is where it's at. And in fact, Rockstar Games with GTA 6 itself, they thought about trying to implement user-generated content a lot easier within GTA 6. Now, when that game releases and we look at the multiplayer, will we figure out, will those tools be better than what we already have? I don't know. But it might be worth the wait, because they spent $1 billion. If they haven't, like, put in UGC stuff, that's just like, it makes business sense that you put in UGC. Otherwise, you're gonna spend even more millions of dollars just to make more content. That's stupid. Why would I do that when you could just make UGC? Like, like a player just made this ultimate campaign? Cool. Polish it up, ship it. Wow, I just spent 90% less money just because this one player made it. And I could just pay the player too? Whoa. It's literally that easy. It's literally that easy. Ooh, look at that. We actually have good statistics. What are the pain points? Never purchased. Directly from web store. So, what are the pain points? Security. Wasn't worth the additional effort. Did not want to re-enter my credit card. Other. Interesting. Yo, that's good. That's good. That's really good. This exhibit, I want to copy this. And then afterwards, paste it in here. Because that's actually good notes. We found something. We found something that's beneficial. You're telling me that's not beneficial? Look at the chart. It literally says, yeah, here's what customers are saying developers should improve on. Do you want 30% more money? Do you want to ditch Steam and get 30% more money? Then you listen to the statistics. It's literally the difference from making $700 and $1,000. New payment and download channels will quickly grab share. Like Stripe? It might be Stripe. We should not launch your own app store. I get why you want to feel like you want to launch your own app store, but in general, you should not launch your own app store. Not worth it. Huh. So, a lot of people influence... Literally discount. Wait for a discount. Tiered pricing. Windowing. That might be actually a good way of doing it, but I can't window it right now. I'm trying to focus on expansion. I think we're close to figuring out what we need to do next. Okay. Advertisements is under monetized. Alright. What should our main revenue source be? In my opinion, the main revenue source should come from DLC. So you know the payday model of live service? I think that should be what we do. That's our main motive. And then afterwards, for a smaller price, our game should be worth should be like a part of that DLC. Like you get the main thing, and then afterwards you get the next thing, and the next thing after that, yada yada yada. So my demographic is going to be 20 to 30-year-olds who focus on quality, who don't want to do anything competitive. They just want to have the most funnest action game ever. And if multiplayer is a thing, that they would choose to use the multiplayer functionality over anything else. That's very specific. That's good. That's good. Right. I am a wee bit evil. So I'm going to end the stream right here. It's been really fun being with y'all for reading for about 2 hours, and then afterwards researching demographics for 2 hours. That was really fun. Tune in next time to where I believe what we're trying to do is improve our cutter, jump cutter, Python script, in order so that way it doesn't be slow, specifically. Like, after a while, it just, like, slows down, and that's because it's, like, adjusting the audio to the images itself, and that takes way too long. So, instead, what I want to do is try to automatically adjust the audio, so that way it just... or at least use multiple threads with Python itself. Until then, thank y'all. Truly, I am happy. Oh, by the way, I found another team of people. Hopefully, it doesn't fall through within the first 2 weeks, as Amber Wright did. Because Amber Wright states, didn't want to talk. They didn't want to talk. They didn't want to make a game. They got excited for 1 week, and then afterwards, nothing. Such is the way of water.